Get the fans in the chat. Hey guys.
Hello.
Funny pun on that. It's too warm and high.
Wait, you're high. What?
No, I'm not too high. It's too warm and hello.
Oh, hello. Hi.
It is slightly above average temperature in the UK, and I'm dying. That's the
I am
context.
in a similar boat. Yes.
They're all dying.
Yeah.
It's gonna be 93 degrees on Friday where I am, and
I'm
for
glad it's
anybody
not
who's
there.
overseas,
Proper
it's about
degrees,
33. It'll be
33 units.
33 in T units
Ooh.
for you guys across the pond.
Yeah.
On Friday.
Sounds sweaty.
I'm gonna die.
Look it up, sweaty. Sorry, you're running with the memes.
Wait, I've not seen that meme.
It's like when people tell you to Google something when they're completely wrong. They're like, Google it, sweetie, but they spell it wrong because they put Google it,
Oh.
sweaty.
That's why I laughed. I'd seen it somewhere before.
Yeah.
Okay. Shall we
Alright.
get some rolls for recaps? Or I might need 2 recaps this time, depending on how much detail you can remember.
Lovely.
Ready, set, roll. Oh, fuck.
Let's get it out
me
now.
that one's out of the way.
Getting my nat ones out of the way. Yeah, let's think of it like that. I think it's gonna be a telltale for how today's gonna go, which could be very, very, very bad.
Oh, very good. Somewhere in between. I'm stalling
We
so you've got
woke
time to
up-
think.
After, Lloyd brought in the big ol' interplanar globe thing. I took notes and helped with Brecky. To which I got Lloyd to help me out for a little bit. Which helped me, write notes. Make sure I understood these words because it's all in Artorian and I am not very good at reading Artorian. For obvious reasons. And one thing led to another, which made Lloyd and Boris argue?
I read his mind. He didn't like that. He tried turning the group against me.
He didn't try turning the group against you, but sure.
Interesting perspective, yeah.
To which you guys split off. I let you guys have a couple of minutes to, cool off, but Lloyd decided to be, a bastard and have no impulse control, because he decided to put all of that responsibility onto a fucking 17-year-old hot-headed male. Went into the fucking deep roads, to which Boris apparently saw it on the CCTV because he walked in another direction and saw it, and decided, I'm gonna be good and try and get him out of there. So he went in the deep roads too, which led to all of us having to go in the deep roads. Lloyd knew what he was doing because he had a map. He knew how to get to one place, but nobody else in the place knew how to fucking get it.
I didn't really have a map.
Well,
I
you
had
had numbers
numbers I
that
had
were
to
close
guess.
enough to a map.
Stress.
You had numbers which are close enough to a map when it comes to the deep roads.
I don't know about that. A lot of it was guesswork.
It's as close to a map as you're gonna get in the deep roads.
Maybe?
Was telling you how to get there. So everybody is now split. Boris is alone in the deep roads without a pack. Lloyd is now somewhere
Out of the forest.
outside. We came across something called a Radiant Idol, which had both Lorna and I charmed for a while. And was trying to get us to go off the roads, which isn't very safe.
I think it's the best idea. Always go.
You did go off the roads. You jumped into the sky.
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 But Mesalea got us uncharmed. She got me on uncharmed first, which I saw creepy big thing that was trying to get us off the road. Sounded a little malicious. So I kind of pulled us off to the side, did a secret vote. Should we trust this thing? There was only one person that happened to be Lorna who agreed with the guy. So I tried to fake an argument with Ornang to try and, hide the fact that Mesalea needed to dispel magic on Lorna, which didn't work out well. Pissed off the guy because he's just like, I don't like being lied to. And I turned back and was just like, well, you shouldn't have lied to us in the first place and charmed us. To which a fight started ensuing, and he's just like, you're gonna offend my worshippers, rah, rah, rah. And I'm just like, fuck you. Ornang died. More fights ensued with these weird tentacle bitches after we beat the fuck out of this Radiant Idol guy. And then we had to keep running because we were all very injured. Ornang's dead. Did I mention that? Lorna's got a broken leg, and now we're running. The end.
That description was amazing.
I'm also working on an art piece that happened in the middle of the battle. If you would like to know where that happened, you're going to have to go watch the last stream. We'll have it on our YouTube. What is our YouTube, Zach?
Game Night Chronicles on YouTube.
There you go.
There should be a link available in our Twitter description soon.
Yes. And also, I know there's a Twitter link on the channel, so you might have to go via Twitter to YouTube to fix it.
Also, if you're just watching this on the YouTube stream, you should be able to get there.
Disregard, just follow it through YouTube, yes.
Disregard the previous statement.
Yeah, I kind of forgot what I was saying. We were streaming to both. Okay. Anything you want to add to that description?
Well, I felt like I had to read Boris's mind because, he has connections that I knew of in the town. I wanted to make sure that he was being genuine with his saying that he won't tell people, but oh, time is moving. I'm
setting it to the correct date and time.
Okay. But yeah, no, I always had to make sure because of his connections, but unfortunately that's what backfired. Because I didn't want him to just be playing dumb, because there's been a couple of times where he's shown that he's not as dumb as he's playing. So Lloyd was already iffy about going into the deep roads alone to try and avoid the dangers for the party, which clearly I wish that they didn't find out in some ways, because now one of them is dead. He was completely right in the whole not telling them aspect. Because if they did, or telling them and having them not go would have been harder. But no, Lloyd is, he wandered. He may have taken a wrong path, but that was a player problem. That was a Zach mistake. Oops.
I don't know. I don't think Lloyd had the information either, so.
I had the numbers, I just took the wrong number, didn't I?
Yeah, there was one thing where he didn't have enough information to make a decision.
Yeah. Alas. Oh yeah, because the whole... Yeah, I remember. But still, I eventually got to an end. I travelled for... It felt like days, according to my internal clock, according to God. So... I'm no longer with the party in the world, and I don't know if I'm no longer in time with the party in the world in terms of days. So, we will find out.
Interesting. Okay. So, when we left off from Kemi, you guys were still on the roads, right?
Yeah, we were continuing moving. I'm carrying Lorna because we don't have time to stop and, patch her up.
Yeah. And Lloyd, you had come out of an entrance into a forest, right?
Correct. Sorry, that can jets. Yep.
Sorry, I'm trying. It's not letting me.
Just mute button on Ninja. I hit the bottom.
It's not.
There you go.
That's amazing.
I'm sorry, viewers, for the loud noises, but there we are. It's okay. But yeah, no, like I said, I came out into a forest somewhere, somewhen. The end.
Yep. All right, we'll start with Lloyd then.
All right.
So you're in this pretty thick, very vibrant green-looking forest.
What are the barks like? What sort of wood does it seem to be? Is it like darker oaks? Is it more light tan stuff? Is it like, does it even have bark? What sort of trees are we?
Give me a nature
at?
check.
All right.
Okay. They've got characteristics from lots of different trees you've seen before, but you don't recognize the actual species of this tree.
So, but what's it? Okay.
Okay, so like the
Like
bark
describe
itself
what
is a sort
yeah.
of, yeah, it's a sort of very, very light brown bark, sort of oakish, but with sort of patches of almost white.
Okay, fair enough. Could I go and try and flake some of that white area off, see if it's just an area where it's decayed or something, or if it's actually just
Yeah, you go over to it. No, it's just the colour of the bark. But you pull it off, it's sort of like you can see the divide when you pull like one piece off. It both comes.
Interesting. Knowing I'm in this form, I'm not likely to be able to climb a tree. So, at least not safely.
Try.
I could. But I think I'm smart enough to know not to try. With this body. With one arm and a fairly functioning body.
When the tree comes down.
Do I still see the entranceway, as it were, behind me? I know it was like half embedded into the ground previously, but do I still see it behind me?
Yeah. So you sort of like, as you walked out, it righted you without any sensation, and as you look back, yeah, you still see it. It's not going anywhere.
I did have that internal like line map thing, didn't I, from when I was in the deep roads?
Yes.
Cool. I put away this map, please, in a drawer and start a new one. Right.
Okay. So yeah, you start up a new map. It's sort of like it's starting to record details of your surroundings. Obviously, it can only write down what you perceive. But
yeah, I'll kind of just perceive the area and then just hopefully have it track where I walk, so that if I ever get lost, I can just walk all the way backwards to this spot.
Yeah, it seems to be attempting to do that. Yeah.
I look up and see if I can spot any form of sun or moon or anything through the tree branches.
You do see a sun.
Oh, good.
You see a sun that is sort of looks like a sunrise. It's about halfway between sunrise and between like full on sunrise and noon, 45 degrees ish.
All right. I will head in line with the direction the sun seems to be traveling, even if I have to wait a bit to see where it's which way it's traveling, and then just start moving and follow the direction where the sun will go towards.
You're walking, towards the sun, yeah?
No, so in the same direction that the sun is traveling. So say if it was going east to west, I'd be walking west.
How are you telling which way it's traveling?
By waiting and watching. I will wait as long, even if I have to wait a couple of hours.
Okay.
And just...
Fair enough. Yeah, you wait a couple of hours.
See, it's starting
Sun
to move
doesn't
a certain way. Okay, fair enough. Interesting. If that's the case, then yes, I will then go, odd. I'll start walking towards the sun. Which is a line you don't expect to say. I will walk towards the sun.
Not usually, no. Okay. So, alright, there we go.
You don't have the ability to send in any way, so I can't even try and contact the others. That's not a problem.
You, as you're walking along, the trees don't seem too unusual. They're quite. There's a lot of foliage here. It's a very untampered with area. Like you are out in the wilderness somewhere.
Have I seen any fauna in this time of travel?
You can hear a lot of it, but you haven't seen any yet. Could be that you're a big metal creature that
scaring
like,
off.
things are trying to run away from you.
Interesting.
However, as you walk through a particularly dense bit of foliage, you come out into a bit of a clearing. You see this kind of like maybe 50-foot plain with a clear open area. You can sort of smell the just aroma of the place a little more. You can smell flowers and
Oh shit! I can smell.
yeah, you have a sense of smell.
I didn't realize. I thought I didn't.
So these are all signals that get fed into you that you are slowly starting to process like you used to process your old senses.
On it.
So you're beginning to feel them, whereas before you were just aware of them.
Okay.
So yeah, you're detecting, smelling pollens and the sense of flowers and things. And then your senses are assaulted slightly by a slightly musky smell. And as you look across the clearing, maybe 3/4
Before I
of
look
the
up, I go, Chem.
It is not Chem. The smell is familiar, but it is not Chem in this instance. On a sort of outcropping of rocks in the middle of the clearing, you see a creature lying there. It's sort of humanoid. It's got 2 arms, 2 legs. In the position it's lying, you can't really see much more about its form. Seems to be shirtless, wearing sort of fluffy trousers. Sort of very tanned.
Okay, so like human colours or humanoid colours, not.
Oh yeah, humanoid colour. It's
yeah.
It's got humanoid colour. You can only see the sort of top half because he's wearing some sort of trousers. And yeah, looks like someone who's been out in the sun a lot.
I would like to stealthily approach.
Okay, give me a stealth check. Just need to grab a stat block for passive perception.
The image I mentioned
Oh
earlier.
my god, I forgot my bonus. That was insane.
Jesus Christ. I mean, I'll look at his passive perception, but there's not much point, is there?
I'm glad I've got these boots though, because imagine if I disadvantage guys. I might have a roll as low as a 21. Oh wait, no, it's because I've got reliable talent. Never mind. It's 'cause I've got reliable talent.
Oh, so it counted that as a 10.
10. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's the lowest roll I can actually get on a stealth check.
Yeah. Right.
Any roll at which I am proficient.
They are pretty perceptive. Not that perceptive. So yeah, you move up to this creature, and you get within a distance where you can see a lot more details before it wakes up. You actually hear the breathing now. It's fairly regular, with a bit of a snore. So you realize this creature is sleeping.
Interesting.
You see the tanned upper half as you did before. This sort of like fluffy looking trousers, the hooves, the horns.
Ah. Zeta?
Yeah.
Interesting. Creatures of this ilk are not common. Perhaps it is lost.
It would be rare. So they do appear here and there.
Especially due to their magical nature. Or somewhat magical nature. Not common.
There's also a lot of areas where the Fae in particular bleed into the rest of the world.
The terror. Yeah. I hear a dog in the distance.
Are that loud? Yes.
I would like to initiate conversation.
How do you initiate conversation?
Alarm set for 5 seconds. The alarm feature I set before, the 10-minute alarms feature I set before.
Okay. So you saying that aloud, or are you sort of saying that in your own head to set an alarm?
I'm prepping it up, yeah, man.
So the time ticks down, and then there's just an audible beep 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 beep.
I just stare at the creature.
As he's sort of like, yeah, Jump! And like does this back.
I'm just leaning over, just.
And he like lands on his feet. He's looking at you in a position where he looks like he's about to run.
Alarm, stop. Eternally. And I just keep staring.
Back from you.
Greetings. My name is Lloyd.
Greetings. What? Your name?
Sorry to disturb you.
That's alright. What are you?
I am yet to fully discover the details of which, and through previous experiencing, sharing the direct result of what I am may lead to conflict. So I wish to inquire a question. Whereabouts are we? This doesn't seem like the plane I was aiming for.
What plane were you aiming for?
Metal.
No.
I see. Forgive me for asking again, but where are we? Or where am I?
What do you think you are?
I have two suspicions based on recent developments of reading of the multiversal map. I believe that either A, we are in a densely populated area of a forest, somewhere on a boundary between planes of the material and the Feywild, or B, we are in the Feywild.
You're right. You're about 4 hours from noon.
Time fluctuates differently here, doesn't it?
I wouldn't know if I lived here.
I apologize for disturbing your rest.
It's alright, it was a bit bored anyway. Where are you going?
I am yet to discover this information. I am in search of things to help with a project upon the material plane. And in my process of trying to get repaired, as I look down to my empty socket of an arm, I got lost and ended up here.
Alright. Yeah, you probably won't find anything like that around here.
No.
You could probably carve you one out of wood.
Do you believe that would be compatible?
No.
Would it be considered rude to you if I were to decline your offer?
No.
Then I will respectfully decline.
Alright. He sort of looks around the clearing, just seeing if anything else interesting is going to turn up.
I would be wary of a whole 502 steps. East, west, what? Left, one, left, two, left. I can't count back the steps out loud to him. I took.
Oh, the archway. Yeah.
Is that what you name it? Note on map. Archway. Thank you.
Don't know it's for.
I do not know proper nomenclature or culture here, as I have only read brief moments through my map observations.
Right.
Is there anything I should be aware of in my travels? Or anything I should be aware of even involving this conversation?
Don't go later. Always head towards the sun. The other way, nasty things.
Understandable. Thank you for your services. You may
It's
return
alright.
to your rest if you wish. I will continue to head towards sun.
That's okay, I was bored of that. I'm going to follow you. He starts walking up next to you.
I will not be held responsible for your life.
That's fine. Nobody wants that responsibility.
Mm.
So how'd you get all metal? as he like starts walking with you.
Yeah, we'll start walking off now. With keeping a lot of subtleties about it. Mentioned how I wasn't always one. I was an elf. Got lost, so to speak. Almost died.
You're an
Had to
elf?
fix myself. Once. Somewhere in there. Somewhere in here.
Interesting. I don't know if they'd hate you at noon or they'd like you. Can be
That is
both.
understandable. I guess to some, my body would now be considered an abomination.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No solace is offered with that. He just says, it just agrees with you.
Anyway. By the way. There are no signs of a boy and two, and I give kind of descriptors of Mesolea, Ornang, and Lorna. I'm asking the say this. Have you seen these?
Yeah, I'm just-
Have you
I'm
seen
thinking.
these kids?
No. You're the only one who's around the area recently. Are you looking for
Understand.
particular ones or just sort of vaguely fit in that description?
For now, go for vague because then I can narrow it down.
Alright. What do you want them for?
I just want to make sure they haven't walked into things they can't do.
Yeah.
Being around me, they seem to have already lost a couple. I do not wish them to lose any further. Hence my warning to you that I will not take responsibility for your life.
Yes, fair. So they're not elves.
I believe a couple of them may be, or at least have elven descendants.
Right. And you hung out with them when you were elf. You hung around with non-elves.
This is correct. The material plane is different. It is far more shared in its cultures. There is less separation. At least nowadays. It wasn't always
Okay.
like that.
Not like that here.
Alas. I guess if you are to be following me, it would be best if I were to understand what to designate you as. So
What
what,
we
pray
name
tell? I was not going to ask for it, for even fairy tales warn of that phrase.
You can call me Ethelwell.
I will try.
Let me put it in the chat. Ethelwell, basically.
I've just got Ethelwell, Satyr, in my notes.
Nice.
Right.
I always misspell Satyr when I was looking for their stat block a second ago.
Yeah, what did you spell it like? S-A-T-E-R? It's S-A-T-Y-R, isn't it?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, Satya. Satya.
Satyr. So where does the archway go?
And many paths. From the brief research I've managed to gather, it is an area called the Deep Roads. It seems to be able to connect planes or locations over a stringent set of paths. Clearly I was incorrect in my understanding of how it worked. Perhaps someone here has further information.
I mean, some of the high elves can hop between planes when they like.
Interesting. That is a gift of which I was not blessed with in my previous form.
Oh. Oh. I assumed you're only using other methods because of the metal thing.
Alas, no.
What season are you from?
Come again?
What season are you from?
I can't remember your chart. I need to check up the calendar real quick to see your chart because I can just go back to my birthday, which is 5th of last month. So spring, technically.
Oh,
Spring.
spring co-op. Interesting. Cool. Maybe you will
So-
have something to talk to him about.
Perhaps.
We're in this spring at the moment, and sort of in that direction.
Do you think it would be wise for us to head towards spring if that were if that were correct?
Can do. Yeah, we can come in from the spring side. We're in between spring and summer at the moment.
Understandable. So your sun falls upon spring and summer. Is that to assume that your lack of sunlight, or as you said, the further away from noon you went, falls upon winter and fall?
No, we have winter and autumn in the on the high sun. We the sun falls upon noon. As you go out from noon, you can head into a season. But if you go too far into a season, start going into the night.
So there are night variants for all the seasons given.
Aye.
Apologies,
You
my
were,
time on the
Were you Seelie or Unseelie?
being not born of this plane. Originally, I was not entered into any court.
Maybe that's why you
Well-
couldn't hop planes.
Perhaps. Perhaps that is something we can fix. An upgrade, as it were.
You can ask him. They usually ask for a lot back.
If there is something of service I can do to earn my favor, it shall be done.
Right, well, let's harken this way. Actually, we go past a friend of mine this way. You can say hi to them on the way if that's alright.
If they will not be disturbed by my form in a way that starts violence, I am willing to meet anyone you are willing to introduce me to.
They'll be disturbed, but in a funny way.
Understandable.
He then carries on leading you along. You do notice over time as you move across the ground here, the sun does sort of move closer to the sky right above you. As he moves off to one side, he's sort of like facing the sun, but not quite. He's heading tangentially to the sun. You see more and more flowers blooming, more and more blossoms and things on the trees. So, right, we're heading into spring now. Probably about 11, maybe 10:30. Getting pretty close.
Internal clock on.
Your internal clock is still showing the time from the material plane.
That's fine for me. I just want a relative time.
Oh,
I want
okay.
a relative. Yeah, so I can kind of compare where we actually are and to when we actually are.
So, relative to the material plane, your clock seems to suggest it's the 8th of Turban.
Okay. So that is 3 days ahead of now.
Yeah.
We've travelled 3 days.
Kind of lines up to how long you were travelling in the deep roads, actually. Okay. It's like, that's noon up there. You can see the skyline of a city. Absolutely gleaming, sort of whites and greens and lots of very, very bright colours. Almost radiating as the sun does seem to be directly above it.
Noted. May I ask, how does your agriculture work in a situation like this? Are there not down periods for plants to grow at different rates?
No, you go into different seasons for different plants.
Interesting. Your friend, is he of a similar ilk to you?
Sort of. You'll see what I mean. As he sort of veers off a little bit from the path that you were on, heads into a big open area, sort of leaving the trees a little bit here. You see quite a bit more of nature now, as there's no trees for things to hide behind. So you're seeing birds and animals running around and stuff. You also see a few things that you are just not familiar, sort of like variations on material plane animals, or just giant versions, or all sorts of odd things like that.
Okay. I will take note of them and just kind of keep a visual image of them somewhere stored in my head, just for future research, as it were.
Yeah, just sort of recording each new thing you see.
Where I first met you, it seems as though the local fauna was sparse. Is it common to have sparse and dense areas?
I think they just didn't like you.
I do not wish to be disturbing. I even wear these shoes to make my feet silent. It is only my joints that make the noise.
I did wonder. No, we're just not used to metal.
That is understandable. It seems as though most things here work on the more natural side. Not to say that metal isn't natural in itself, it's just more processed.
Pretty much everything here grows. Like, we know what metal is. It's unusual to see a person made of it.
Okay. Thank you for not breaching me with hostility upon waking you.
Well, I figured you could have killed me, and you didn't, so it's probably fine.
I have neither the need nor desire to harm you.
Lucky me.
You also seem to be quite handy.
Most people don't say that. Oh! He points across as another humanoid figure is actually approaching you two. A little hesitantly, but as Ethelwell walks towards the figure, they seem to sort of gain a little bit of confidence. This figure seems to be pretty much human. They have a slight point to their ears, which is the only hint that they're not human. Not full-on elven pointy ears, just a little bit.
Is this your friend?
Yes. Lloyd, Metal Man, meets Seraskia.
You sure?
Huh?
Do you want to put? Did you say it one more
I'll
time?
put it in chat.
Did you just say it one more?
Seraskia.
Seraskia. Seraskia.
Yeah.
And they look kind of elven, but maybe not an elf. Some form of half elf.
They look almost entirely human, but they definitely have some sort of fayness to them.
Quarter elf.
What?
On my description, quarter elf in my little notes. They're a chimera, but they're 3 parts human, 1 part elf. That 1 part is their ears.
As she walks over, she's like, "What have you found?" She looks up at you, Lloyd. Found a Metal Man.
I found this sleeping creature upon rocks, and they asked to lead me to you.
It talks.
I do.
What? Sorry. He, they, she, you talk?
He, they will work.
Okay. What are you?
As previously discussed with your friend here, I wish not to disclose the nature of what I believe this body to be, as it has previously caused conflict. But I was at one point a high elf, but I am no.
She looks just like she was sort of like going around wanting to like poke all the electronic and like machine.
I just let the head kind of follow. Like I can even forget the body shot. I just let the head follow her around.
She's sort of like a bit hesitant, and then you say high elf, and she just sort of draw herself back. Like, seen a high elf made of metal before?
I have explained this story to your friend, but in brief, my body was about to fall upon me. I had to find a way to prolong my life, as a method to save a companion of mine at the time, and unfortunately this was my only available option. And while it offers me benefits, it has clearly come with some, as I look to my empty shoulder, drawbacks.
You're gonna die? Elves don't
I
fear
was.
death. Just reincarnate later.
Time out, Zach moment. You said that doesn't happen in your world. You said it doesn't happen to elves in your world to me.
It doesn't really.
Okay.
Genuinely,
I'm very
yeah,
confused.
but
Okay,
from your character's experience, that's not a thing elves.
Yeah, okay,
There's
then
magic
fair enough.
that
I
can
thought
do
that
it,
I
but-
thought there was just a fucking change of law suddenly. I was like, what?
Nope.
It was not the fear of death necessarily. It was the fear of my companion's death at the time.
Oh. You had to stick around. Okay. There.
Although, now I have this form, it does not mean that I wish to immediately die. I still have goals that I wish to complete when I was in my more enjoyable form.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'd enjoy being a half elf. So what are you doing here?
I got lost.
As more people ask him, what are you doing? What are you? You just like this. The answer's getting shorter and shorter. It's like, oh yeah, that happens to me all the time. I got lost in the forest the other week. Thought I'd ended up on the material plane. Yeah.
Interesting. Do you know of any ways to access the material location?
Not reliable ones.
Okay, I will hold that as a maybe.
I know people from my tribe have headed there a few times, but not in quite a few hundred years.
Forgive me for asking, but is it common for many of sentient beings to live outside of the... As I look over to the giant city on the horizon, because it seems as though you two are the only sentient beings that I've encountered as yet.
There's more in there, but most who don't live in there live in there. And she sort of points back to like forested areas.
Interesting.
Some people don't. As she points out over the plains, you see a group of what at first appears to be horses, about 5 of them riding together across the plains. As you look a bit closer, the head of the horse is not there. They have torsos of humans. I think you
Oh, I
probably
thought it
be
was like
familiar
a
with what a centaur is.
The material plane has a lot of weird shit on it, so yeah, probably.
Or like, just like myths and legends and things. It does bleed through, so.
When you said it didn't have a head in it, I thought you meant like it was like a headless horse. Like that'd be cool, like Shadowfell version, wouldn't it? Like just a headless horse running around.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
But no, these are centaurs. About 6 of them riding across the plains.
Interesting.
They are
There are
bigger
stories
than
I've heard
everyone
about
else. So, this story is about.
About their origin. It was something I had a brief stint into reading. Some people describe them as just natural aberrations that came out of the Feywild upon fornication involving polymorph spells, whereas other people described it as an event similar to the creation of the Owlbear with an old archmage.
That's slightly offensive.
We're just trying to discover the origin. I didn't say which one was true. I don't know.
Scowls at you for a second. Don't let my tribe hear you say that. They might kill you.
Noted.
So where are you going?
I am trying to find information about the... brings up the map archway.
Oh. Huh. I think a few of my kind have tried to venture in there. I wonder if they ever made it. People say it takes you to all sorts of other worlds.
That seems to be correct from what I have so far experienced, although my journey has been limited to one.
Well, I never found out how people from my tribe got on and off the material plane before, so it was that.
If I am ever to come in contact with them, and am aware that they are members of your tribe, I shall let them know that you are curious.
Okay. Well, good luck. She walks off.
Thank you.
Oh, if you do meet my tribe, they won't look like me. They look like them. She walks the centaurs and then carries on walking.
I kind of, after they walk off a little bit, I kind of turn to Ethelwell.
Mhm.
Your friend was far less helpful than I expected.
Oh yeah, she's useless.
Understandable. Was her reaction at least what you deemed entertaining?
Yes.
Good. I think I would like to head there as I raise my one working arm towards the city.
He's like, okay, let's head that way. I'm not going to meet anyone else I know. They start talking.
Cool, I'll let you do that, and then should we let Sunday for a bit? See what's happening over there?
Switch over to.
My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Oh, did you tell Dougie about my idea that I said to you?
No, because I was thinking the exact same thing.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
which
thought you
one?
were going to do that. I thought you were going to bring Ceridwen back and Sunday was going to jump into Ceridwen's skin.
I was really hoping for that.
Because last week at the end of the session, you were like, oh, I don't know how you guys are going to get back together. And then you were like, hey, come meet my friend. And I was like, if this friend is fucking Ceridwen. And then, especially with that naming so fucking close to it, like the Cerid at the first bit. That's why I was like, you sure?
No. That wouldn't make any sense. Although the rest of her tribe are centaurs, apparently, so. Human-looking creature in a centaur tribe. Interesting. Anyway.
Yeah, but that's not their name. Their name is Ceridska.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying that's Ceridwen. No. It's not like that.
Anyway, let's continue. Let's see how
Ceridwen was
running...
alive like a few hundred years ago.
Anyway, to be fair, centaurs can live, what, 600 years on average? Or is it 300? I can't remember.
I don't
Been a
I
while.
thought they lived normal human rates.
I can't remember. It might depend on whether they're in the Feywild or not.
I think the law that me and Sunday had discussed was that they were sort of normal human rates, but now
That's fine. If that's what your world is, that's fine.
yeah, I'm sort of also curious what the actual D&D thing is, but switch
Oh.
on to...
Centaurs, but they have expansive lifespans ranging from 300 to 500 years old, according to the 5e.
Okay.
Mature and age at about the same rate as humans, but they can live, expanded lives.
Although any fey creature that spent most of their life on the material plane, I think would have a generally shorter lifespan.
True. But if they're Fey touch, they may have double the average, as we learnt from Peepar.
Exactly.
Anyway, running away from death.
Kev, as you are running down the deep roads, the sounds of those creatures that were chasing you before, these sort of tentacle monstrosity things, fade off into the background. Mesalea is running next to you, and you are carrying Lorna. And you think you must be running for an hour or so, when you eventually spot an archway and some light at the end of the road.
Kem kind of slows down for a second into like a very light jog. He doesn't want to stop moving just in case, because he knows some things can be really quiet.
Yeah.
When hunting. And he just observes for a second. He's just like, oh my god. Oh my god, guys, look! And he kind of just like jabs his nose in that general direction, kind of like, you know how like when you kind of like do one of those with like your head to like point at something when your hands are full.
Yeah.
He's just like, look!
Mesalea sort of slows down with you and goes, let's go.
Come on, just a little longer. We got this.
Okay.
And then he picks up his pace again.
So, you start running for this doorway. It's only a couple of 100 feet now. Out of the corner of your eye, you see one of the creatures moving in the darkness. It seems like off the roads they can move faster. However, you have too much of a lead on them by this point as you rush through the doorway. As you approach it, you see what appears to be a forest on the other side. Quite sparse, but definitely sort of like blossoming trees, grass all over the ground. So you run through it onto the other side. You look back. The portal is pretty much upright. Or the archway, sorry, is pretty much upright, with looking through into the deep roads. You can see the creatures slow in the darkness just off the roads. Sort of a couple of tentacles moving onto the roads, maybe a few feet behind where you were a second ago. As they sort of look out of the archway, they don't seem to be able to see you anymore. They slither back off the road and fade into the darkness.
Kind of slow to a jog about 20, and stop like 20-30 feet away from the archway.
Mesalea drops to a knee next to you and just like start pulling out the canteen with her water and telling her.
Let's agree to never go in there unless it's an absolute emergency.
Yeah. Well, this place seemed better. As she looks around. As she looks around.
Aggressive fan noises.
Nope. Oh, because they all shut off for a second and then started back up again.
Lovely.
Because I didn't have to. Yeah. When I set them to these lights, it turns off all the automation for like my desk stuff and lights and everything. I forgot to do it.
Lovely.
I'm an idiot. So yeah, as you turn around to look into the forest, you are seeing blackened earth and dead trees all around you. There is almost no life to be seen.
The blackened trees, do they look burnt?
Just dead, but never fell down.
Hmm. I'm still gonna keep Lorna in my arms. But I am gonna look at the trees, see if there's like any branches, particularly straight ones, because I would like to make her a splint. Or have Mesalea help in making a splint so she doesn't have to touch the ground.
You look around, there are some branches that might do. Are you indicating to Mesalea to grab them, or are you...
Yeah, I'm gonna be like, when you're ready, we should probably make Lorna a splint.
Okay. She looks around. She still spots the same branches you were looking at. As she jumps up to pull one down, she pulls on it, and it almost just crumbles as she gets a hold of it. I don't think this wood is very good.
Lovely.
Kicks around on the floor a bit. Arrow shafts?
Will that be sturdy enough for her to carry her weight if you want to walk? Kind of look at her.
So Lorna looks like she's in a lot of pain and is sort of struggling to keep up with any conversations. So there's that. Yeah, I think you use enough and sort of get them round, maybe.
Yeah, because my hands are kind of full, I'll kind of like put my cheek on her forehead, see how she's feeling.
Into you and sort of like she's sort of tensing and untensing to try and deal with the pain.
She like sweaty?
She's not in a good state at all.
We're gonna get you patched up, okay?
She sort of gives you a nod. She's with it. She's just struggling to keep up the conversation.
And don't worry, we got you. And I'll kind of like gently kneel and get steady so Mesalea can work her magic.
Okay.
Da 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 da.
Let's see. Medicine. Would you say you're helping with this check?
Yes. Yes, I am.
So, between the two of you, you're sort of like holding Lorna steady and Mesalea pulling out medical supplies, badges and things. Extra cloth, wrapping this splint around. It looks like there's no protruding bones or anything, no excessive bleeding. She got pretty lucky with that break. It's just going to really, really hurt.
At least until we can find her something that'll ease the pain.
Yeah. So that sort of looks around. Yeah, I'd look for some sort of herbs or something, but everything's dead.
Kind of see Chem thinking for a second. Because as a player, what I'm thinking of is so I can have my hands free, kind of like doing like a... I feel like we've done this before in a previous campaign where we've done like a... Like, you know, like those baby wraps that people like wear to hold the baby on their chest?
Oh, right, yeah.
And it looks kind of like a sash.
Yeah, it's got a papoose, isn't it?
I don't know.
Papoose,
but for his back.
So you would carry Lorna like a baby on your back. That's the plan.
Yeah, like... Let me find a picture.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I get what you mean. It's just funny. Also, I get to keep saying the word papoose.
I got it. Posted and out of the game.
Yeah.
This.
I think that's called a papoose.
You and your papoose. Do you think
yes,
I could do that with one of our capes? I've got a cape. Lorna's got a cape. Mesalea's got a cape.
Yes, I'm pretty sure you could wrangle something together to sort that out.
Yeah, because I feel like it would be easier, and then my hands would be free just in case something happens. It'll also keep her off the ground, so she doesn't have to put any weight on that leg.
That would probably be nice for them, yeah.
Because I know probably running and being held by the leg, or like with me under the knee and bouncing, well, because I was running, probably didn't feel very good.
Yeah, it wasn't the nicest experience to have a bone broken and then have to be sort of running at top speed. Or have it, like, in the process of someone carrying you running quickly.
Yeah. That is very interesting. Did you also see what was above my double sling back carry thing?
I did. I need to add that to the art thing. The slideshow that we do in breaks.
How
Yeah, you
small
do.
are they to carry them like that without...
They're not small,
What?
but like that's just the idea, but bigger.
I like the
Alright.
full-on seat backpack version. It's so like overbalanced backpack with an adult in it.
I'm just
Anyway,
worried
Can
about
we-
you I'm just worried about you toppling backwards. I love you and I don't need to fall over constantly.
I mean,
I
it's all
mean,
the
having
the
a
top
weight
one's basically
shift-
a piggyback ride.
Yeah, I mean, you know how to shift your weight giving someone a piggyback ride.
Yeah.
And Kem is particularly strong, so I think he could handle giving a full-grown adult a piggyback ride.
How long though? How healthy are you?
Have you seen my con modifier for saves?
No, because con modifiers don't exist when you're in the world. God, I'm asking how healthy you are.
I
Kem
would
is
say that
particularly
it will be con saves to like continue doing that. In which case, quite healthy. How could you not? How could Lloyd not know Kem's con modifier?
I know, right? Of course, being a robot, I get all the data of the player character. I can scan them for their player data.
It just analyzes your own abilities. I'm like, you can compare it to other characters.
To be fair,
For
there are
anybody out there-
CR4.
To be fair, the Fighter Battlemaster can do that at higher levels. It can spend time looking at creatures and figure out all their stats over time.
That's true, yeah. Now I just
Yeah.
imagine some nerdy fighter ranking all these people in a tournament. Like, this guy's got a 15 strength, but this guy's got 17 strength.
He just starts playing top trump. He just makes top trumps the game. But with mods, that's oh my god! Do you think Volo and like Mordekainen were just fucking high level fighters originally, and then they just de-leveled and reclassed into wizards once they got all the information?
Oh god, yeah.
You go to fight them, they're just super swole from their old days. You're like, what the fuck? I thought you were a wizard. I am now.
There should also
How do you think
definitely
I
be a
managed to
class in
check-
D&D which is just the nerd. It just
It should
knows stuff
definitely-
about everybody else.
There should definitely be like a investigator class for wizards, like that are just really good at finding out information about creatures, objects, stuff like that. Because it smells about it. Anyway,
Yeah.
let's continue. I'll let you continue. Sorry, I
Yeah.
just saw something getting,
This is why we
getting
need
off
like
topic.
a podcast or something, which would, other than the sessions, to just talk about.
Yeah, we need Sunday to have a red button as well. It's just D&D. You know, you know those red buttons.
Back on
sometimes
topic.
you can get.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Get that into the stream somehow.
Shit, I don't have any squeaky toys in here right now.
Shit. I don't.
I'm gonna go get a
understand
squeaky
context.
toy from the dollar store now, so whenever anything gets annoying, I'll just kind of like, squeak, 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 squeak. Or a rubber chicken. I have a kazoo.
Okay.
And if anybody was curious, Kem's con save modifier is a +9, if memory serves me right.
It's a very good con modifier. Okay. Once you have splinted up Lorna's leg, what is your next
And Papooster.
and papoosed? Everything you need to papoose. Yeah. I'm gonna say you, 2 of your cloaks, maybe 1 cloak and a bit of material. You'll get it together.
That's fine. I have my spare clothes, not my good ones, but my other spare clothes, my older clothes. That'll do good.
Okay.
I'm looking at the horizon to see if there's any life anywhere, or is it just dead trees as far as the eye can see?
It is pretty much the same in all directions. You don't actually see a horizon. There's no... You sort of only lose sight of things as they get too small to perceive.
Where's the sun?
Good question. You're not 100% sure.
Too cloudy?
The sky is grey, and at first glance you'd think, oh, it's overcast. But you can't see any detail in the grey. So it's either very uniform clouds, or this place just has a very dully lit grey sky.
Interesting. I'm not good at nature things, so I immediately look to Mesalea.
Mesalea is sort of looking around with you, just as she sees you sort of like checking in with her. She's like, I don't know.
I would ask if you could discern north, but there's no sun.
She sort of looks at the trees and like for any signs, and she's like, no, I literally can't.
Do you just want to head straight and hope for the best?
Yeah.
Probably
Yeah,
the
that
further
makes
away
sense.
from this tunnel, the better.
Yep, I am all for that. Sounds good.
The spare
So
piece
you
of
guys
cloth.
just-
I'll kind of like carefully pat down Lorna's head from the sweat because I can feel her clammy on my shoulder. And then I'm just gonna carefully reapply or re-say that we're just gonna start moving, and then head off directly away from the archway.
Okay. As you start moving through this place, you have this odd feeling like you're being watched, but not in the sort of sense that you caught something out of the corner of your eye or anything rational. Just this place feels completely empty, but also full of stuff watching, judging, waiting for something.
Paranoia, pretty much, is how it feels like.
An aura of paranoia.
Basically, yeah.
Kind of puts Kem off, but he's doing his best to be stable for the group, especially with a very injured person on his back. Kind of like
Makes sense, yeah.
itches his cheek and then he pulls it away, and you kind of see him just because he's got fuzzies.
Beards, they're funny.
I don't know how you can handle it, Dougie.
It's a lot less itchy at this length than it is when you start growing a beard. Jesus Christ.
Kem doesn't like growing a beard, so it's probably extremely itchy for him.
I relate to Ken. I don't like having facial hair when I can avoid it. I need to get new razors soon because mine are gone dumb. Anyway.
Same.
He's just gonna keep moving at a slower pace, making sure that Mesalea is feeling better, make sure that she's still got the energy for it. Like, Kem can move for decent amounts. He might not be a sprinter necessarily, but I feel he would be more of like a marathoner. So he's kind of just like checking in on the girls, making sure they're okay, seeing if Lorna needs anything like water, maybe a nibble of food if she's up for it. Whatever she needs, I'm taking care of for both people, because I gotta make sure that they're safe and okay.
Okay. Yeah, so you guys are sort of keeping up with your water usage and all that. It's not particularly hot or cold in this place. Now that you've stopped running, you're not physically uncomfortable.
Yeah, but like, still gotta stay hydrated even in comfortable temperatures, especially when.
Oh yeah, yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, you're still using energy and things.
Yeah. And with Lorna sweating with how much pain she's in, kind of want to make sure that she stays hydrated too.
That seems fair.
Yeah, like maybe every half hour, 45 minutes, I'm checking in on her, making sure she's either alive or can respond, because I know sometimes when you're hurt and you just can't.
Yeah, she seems to be keeping with it for the most part. There's obviously still a lot of pain, but also having the splint, being hydrated, being away from the danger, so you can sort of calm down. It's all helping.
Mm-hmm. I also tell her that it's okay if she can rest, to rest on me. I will be able to handle her weight.
Wait, are you carrying her at this point, or sort of like?
Yeah, I'm doing like I'm doing this. Remember the papoose thing?
Right. Yeah.
So like, if she has like
Very
her head,
distracted.
like kind of just like head on the shoulder style.
Oh, I see what you mean now. Yeah. She probably will sort of fall in and out of sleep. She's expended a lot of energy staying alive.
That's reasonable. It's very reasonable. I'm still gonna keep my head on the swivel, like especially if I've noticed she's like resting. I'll kind of like carefully be moving my head so I don't like disturb her too much. Just see if there's anything at all, any form of life aside from us, because that feeling is starting to bother me. Because it feels like that moment with the invisible magic assholes from that found us in the fucking Elven Village Tavern.
It is actually a very similar feeling to that, yes.
Lovely.
Uncannily similar.
Which makes me even more tense and not cool about the situation.
So, can you give me a perception check then?
Sure. It's okay, Foundry. You can do it.
You, checking around, checking your surroundings. Once or twice, as you look in a direction, you see nothing but dead trees. As you're turning back, you sort of like see a branch move, or you see the silhouette of one of the trees get slightly thinner, and as if something just sort of ducks behind it. But then looking again, there's nothing there.
Kind of makes Kem think, sort of. Like, he knows he's getting the feeling of those weird invisible creatures, but with the things that he's seeing, it's kind of reminding him of his little forest friend that he made.
Interestingly, yeah, it's almost a very similar behavior to that. But it doesn't feel as playful this time.
Well, I mean, seeing a very new life form would probably make anything suspicious, especially in an environment like this. Seems reasonable to not be playful in a place where you know things are potentially hostile.
True.
I would be defensive too if I lived in an environment like that constantly. I mean, you see.
Makes sense. You can bond with the creatures here. It's good.
I'll kind of like slow down slightly on my pace, more to a stroll instead of like a regular pace. kind of just keep my eye on things, and maybe you'll hear me in Elvish just like gently speak. Just like, we mean you no harm. We just want to look for help. I'll even try in other languages too.
What languages do you try?
All of the above. Anything that I know, I try.
Okay.
Common, Elvish, Draconic. I think I know Undercommon.
Yeah.
I remember where I have those. Teachers?
Yes.
Yep. Undercommon, Draconic, Dwarvish, Elvish, Common.
Cool.
A very small amount of Artorian.
I'm not sure if I know how to say we mean you no harm.
I don't think that was a location on the map, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
No.
I don't think so.
I do remember a little bit of Ubar's language and their word for safe.
That's
Safe
true.
and need
You can try
help.
that. But need help was a name.
Need help.
Boris.
Boris.
More
Brenda.
So
But yeah,
yeah. How loud are you saying these things in these languages?
at a decent volume. Like
Okay.
average, maybe a little louder than an inside voice.
I
Nothing
feel like
horribly
something
like
heard you.
loud.
As your sort of voice carries off into the forest, you get the sense that the voice was heard. You're not sure how you know that, but as you're sort of doing this, Mesalea is looking through her pack. How many rations have we got left?
I don't know. I'll kind of slow down to a very, very, very slow walk, so like Mesalea can shift through both Lorna and mine. See how much we got left.
So Mesalea sort of like slings her pack back over her back, and just goes, "Yeah, none in mine. You're out. Oh, I got none.
Lovely.
Okay.
Now here's a genuine question. Why were we suddenly going into a place that we knew probably didn't have food when we don't have any food?
I guess we were in more of a rush than we realized. I also think Ornang may have had the majority of the supplies in his bag.
Even better.
Yeah.
Great. Hey, at least we had a full meal before we left.
Yeah, there is that. That's good.
I mean, surviving a day or two without food isn't the worst thing I've suffered before.
She sort of gives you a "that doesn't surprise me" look, and
He gives a dry
carries on
chuckle.
walking. As you continue walking, the scenery around you just is not changing. You then sorry.
Oh, go on.
You hear a voice in your head, Kim. It says, interesting. Did you get here?
What's it speaking in?
Kind of hard to tell in your head, but it has an elvish quality to it.
To kind of hear, or I'm gonna kind of like slow down again and just like mentally think, are you friend or foe?
Yes, it can be.
Well, which are you now?
You, actually. I'm in more of a friend mood. Yes, friend.
I kind of don't trust voices in my head after what happened in the Deep Roads. Can I can't trust them. I just want to see if they're telling the truth.
How would
like,
you
I can't
see if I'm telling the truth?
Or well, I mean,
sorry, was that a question to me?
yes, that was a question to you.
Okay. You want to see if you want an insight check? Is that what you?
Yeah, like I'm like vibe check.
Vibe check. Go to vibe check.
Vibe check.
If there's any indications in the voice, like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Just seems very calm. Sort of business-like, maybe. Not particularly malicious, that you can tell.
I'll kind of just explain that we came from... Kem didn't know what these were called because I don't think he ever realized or ever heard that they were called the Deep Roads.
Yeah.
We hail from the material plane, entered through an archway into these dark paths, and ended up on this side. Obviously, came across some dangerous things on our way.
Well, the dangers don't end in this place.
Dangers never end. In any place.
I suppose it would seem like that from your perspective, yes.
My friend is hurt. We're out of rations. I've lost 1, 2, 3 friends on this journey.
Mm-hmm.
More in the material, but that's not relevant.
Yes, it does seem like you're carrying a lot of sadness with you. Interesting. Have you come to this place to die?
No. It was our only escape from the things that chased us inside the dark paths.
And you would prefer not to die?
No. I don't want to die, and I don't want the people I consider my family to die either.
Interesting. I may be able to help you.
Let me guess.
Please.
For a favor?
You have a lot of favors owed already, I think. So,
I was aiming to try and fix those, but unfortunately, my survival kind of takes precedence if I want to fulfill my ends of the deals.
Yes, creatures like you do. To your support, don't you? If we were to make a deal, what is it that you would want?
I don't know if Menzelea will see this, but like Lorna, if she's awake, she might feel Kem physically tense up. And things like that. Seem very uncomfortable. And hard at thought. I want many things, but I don't know if I can handle another debt on my shoulders. I have too many buzzards clawing at my stomach, if you will, already, and I'm only 17.
See. Oh, I cannot make a deal if I do not know what to offer you. We'll see if you can think of anything.
Let me ask you a question. What is it that you want?
I'm in the market for a servant. Someone who I can trust in certain matters.
Like what, pray tell? I don't know if I can offer my services if I don't know what it is you want from someone.
Well, I have interests all across the plains. But the service I would want from a material being such as yourself, they would lie on the material plane. I just need someone to further my interests in certain areas.
And those being...
Well, I just seek to guide and to sway the humans and other species of that world to a more prosperous direction.
Things are very tumultuous there right now, I will agree. With arcane magic being treated as such, if you are aware of what's going on.
I am. I believe that to be a grave injustice which I would like to remedy.
Oh?
Magic is for everybody. Everyone should have control of it.
Now I'm asking the DM, how much of history has been fucked up as time went on in terms of, like, how we know, like, how things got, like, you know, real shitty? Like, do we know, or does Kem know that, like, the arcane foci in the area got destroyed, therefore it, like, fucked up magic?
You are aware of, like, the incident, the Norrickfirth event, like, the thing that happened a couple of 100 years ago, which sort of prompted the anti-magic sentiment. And honestly, to start with, it wasn't unfounded. Like, in sort of D&D terms, basically anytime anyone cast a spell, it would be rolling on the wild magic table. Like, right after that event, magic was truly fucked, and it's become less so over time. But there were a lot of things put in place back then that haven't gone away yet. And you probably know that the chaplaincy were a big part of that sort of push, because divine magic wasn't affected. So you're sort of vaguely aware of all this. It's not too far into your history.
Fair enough. Get back into character.
Okay.
I sort of agree with you. They say only in Lothlorgar that divine magics are the only ones that should be used. But I've met druids, I've met what I think is a sorcerer, I've met plenty of people who have used arcane things and it being safe. With the exception of the sorcerer, or what I assume is a sorcerer. But that's a whole nother story.
Mortals occasionally struggle to wield magic safely, but the divine is hardly blameless. I would argue.
I know the divine are blameless. The people who put the laws in place to say that divine magic is the only magic to be had are the ones who are in the wrong.
Exactly.
I've been friends with people of arcane and natural kind for as long as I've been on the streets. I've seen them hurt, I've seen them jailed, I've seen them killed. It's the last thing I want. I've seen what the Watchers can do. I'd like for us to be equal like it was before the incident.
That is a noble goal.
A noble goal in the long run, but right now I need to make sure that myself and my found family are safe and okay.
Does your found family only include those here?
No. Some of them have been forced to move on to the afterlife. And I don't know where the other ones would be. They moved into the dark paths before we could get to them.
Well, unfortunately, those that have passed on are beyond my reach. However, the man of metal heading for noon, the red-headed human, they are less so.
Do you know where Lloyd and Boris are?
I do.
Are they at least safe for now?
No, I'd say not.
Kem's demeanor has physically become mildly even more tense and kind of worried, panic. Like you could definitely see it on his face now. Whatever is talking to him can feel it. You can definitely feel like the fear and panic inside of him too.
I might be able to bring them to safety, perhaps. deal. Hopefully, get everybody back to safety.
You and I share a common goal in the long run.
Yes, we do.
It seems as if Lloyd, the Metal Man, also does from what he has told me previously.
It's comforting to hear.
I would be happy to help you in the long run with finding equality for everyone. If it means my chosen family and I can be safe and happy.
I believe I can arrange that. You are willing to give your ongoing service to my cause, yes?
As long as it does not cause any harm to my chosen family. And will lead us to a better life.
I cannot predict the future, but I can tell you that I will never intentionally cause harm to your chosen family.
Okay.
As you're talking with this person, out the corner of your eye, you realize there's a figure walking next to you. So turning a bit more to look, there is a very tall, quite skinny-looking, sort of lanky figure. This long black robe. There's sort of like natural leaf vine pattern in it, but all done in black. Looking up, you see very angular features, very pointed ears. Sort of almost... He's not making a big deal out of the fact that he's just appeared next to you and is now just sort of chatting.
Can I just say, it feels like you're describing original Lloyd's design.
It
You're just describing Lloyd from...
it has a bit of a ring of Lloyd to it, to be honest, yeah. See, the Fae features are much more pronounced than Lloyd, but yeah.
Kem kind of gives a small jolt when he realizes there's actually someone next to him that isn't Mesalea. And he kind of whispers a small sorry to Lorna, if that made her, like, hurt at all.
There was sort of like a tense of pain and then just relaxing and going back to resting. Don't think...
Gotta, like, bring my head up. I'll kind of, like, bring my arm back and kind of just, like, give her head a small rub. Make sure that she's not, like, dripping sweat into her eyes.
She's okay. She sort of like relaxes back into the sleep she was in. Mesalea is just sort of like worriedly looking around. Doesn't seem to see the figure that's standing next to you, walking next to you.
Kem is still speaking to this guy mentally because he doesn't want to scare the shit out of either of the girls.
Yeah, this guy's yet to open his mouth and say anything. He's sort of in your head.
Am I allowed to tell my family of your existence?
Yes.
I would like to know how they have gotten saved, most likely.
I imagine they'd have questions.
You can kind of see Kem just, like, looking at him. Like, he's not, like... He's staring, but not in a way that's, like, judgmental. It's more of, like, a, I want to remember who you are kind of way. Because, most definitely, when Kem has a chance, he's gonna draw them.
Yeah, they've got interesting features. You'll definitely be able to sort of remember that image.
Hmm.
So, Kem, the deal, as I understand it so far, is that I rescue your chosen family from their current peril. I will guide you as best I can back to your home, and you will enter into my service.
And help bring magical equality to the material plane.
Yes. Is there anything else you would wish in this deal?
Two things. These are just questions that I need answered.
Let's see.
Are my chosen family who've passed on okay? Are they at rest? Are they in peace?
I cannot see very far into the other realms. Those outside my power are difficult to watch over. I can see those that surround the material plane, though, and some of the planes you've visited so far. Those that have passed, that you are aware of, seem to be on the right path. They seem to be heading in the right directions.
Good.
You are still
Only
saddened
second.
by their loss, though.
They aren't sad that they're gone?
What was that, sorry?
They aren't sad that they're gone?
Oh no, he said you're still saddened by their loss, though. It was an
Oh.
observation of you, not him.
I am. I miss
Seems very
them greatly.
painful. I may be able to help with that.
I don't know if I want help with this sadness.
Oh,
It feels wrong to push it away via any other means aside from processing on my own and accepting that they're gone. It hurts like hell that they're gone, and I miss them greatly. It's hard to see the people that you've chosen as family gone when you didn't have a family to begin with.
and you wouldn't prefer if you didn't have to miss them. You weren't saddened by their passing.
I'm always going to miss them. 10 years down the line, 20 years down the line, if I make it that far. No matter how long, I'm going to miss them until I make it to the afterlife. That pain's never gonna go away. It just becomes manageable. Because I feel like if I lose that pain, I'm going to forget about it. This doesn't hurt me anymore. Because I don't remember what the pain feels like when I got it. Same goes with a lot of emotional wounds that I've suffered.
Well, I do not understand it. The feelings of mortal beings can be difficult for my kind, but if you would prefer not to have help with this, I understand.
It hurts now. don't think it's ever going to stop hurting. But the sentiment behind it and growing as a person and what mere years I have as a human are very precious to me, and probably to many mortals.
Right.
Thank you for the offer, but I have to politely decline.
I respect.
Thank you. On to my primary second question. Could we ever find Lloyd a body again that isn't made of metal?
It is definitely possible. It's easy, actually.
Oh?
If he wants it, it can be arranged. His current form is mildly offensive to my kind. However, I may be able to persuade some people to help him.
I mean, if it makes you feel any better, if you were to walk into Lorgar looking like that, I think it would be a little startling to the people of the material plane as well, with the current prejudices that you are aware of.
Oh, I'm sure they would want to do all sorts were I to do that. There are many reasons I cannot step foot in the areas I want to influence directly. Well then, it is a
You're
deal.
always welcome to borrow my hat that changes people's appearances.
That is rather adorable magic. I appreciate the offer. So we have a deal. And he holds out this long, slender hand towards you.
Kind of looks back at Mesalea for a second and kind of like gives like Lorna a corner eye just to check in on them. And you have been, as far as I'm aware, truthful and upfront with your deal and don't have anything to hold over my head aside from servitude, and are happy to give me what I need in return. It's a deal.
He shakes your hand. It feels like he might not physically be there. There's not a lot of force behind it or sort of feedback that you feel for it, but I think that was supposed to be a whisper. I saw one before, it was really funny.
What did we see? Is there something going on that we can't see?
Zach maybe whispering.
Oh.
So, as you shake hands, as I described, you feel the sort of presence of this person, and then they fade into nothing, and you feel a small weight in your pocket.
Oh. Stick my hand in. Feel around. See if I feel anything. Make sure it's not pointy first.
It's not pointy. It's the opposite of pointy. It's circular.
And I'll kind of pull it out and look at it. Like I'm not doing anything to hide it. Like I just pulled it out and started looking at it. Like
Metalea sort of look for a reaction. He's not looking in your direction and is sort of focused on the surroundings. As you pull it out, you see that it is a ring.
Kind of
Concern.
turn it around in my hand carefully and observe it.
It's a silver ring that has this almost jewel-like pattern in it. It's a sort of, looks like it's inlaid with this green gem, but it's in formations that would be sort of physically impossible for someone to cut a gem into. It's sort of in the shape of leaves and branches and things like that all the way around. And yeah, so it's one unbroken sort of gem-looking material, but obviously you couldn't cut a gem like that. And it has an inscription on the inside. Ring of the Servant of Dullahan.
I'll just flip it over in my hand and continue observing it for a second, read the inscription, and nod. Without any hesitation, because I have to hold up my end of the deal. Onto my right ring finger it goes.
I will say that you sort of inherently know what this ring does at this point. So I'm going to just put an undisguised version of it in your inventory. But I just need to write it up into Foundry because I realised it hasn't imported from D&D Beyond. So what I'm going to do is hop over to a break really quickly on the stream. And we'll be back right after, once I've sorted everything out. Catch up with Lloyd as well.
See you guys then.
Bye. Hello, we are back. So, we're going to jump over to where Lloyd is at the moment. You are approaching the city of Noon right now. Walking across a wide open plain, lots of creatures. Ethelwell heading along with you, sort of like bouncing around, asking a lot of questions. As you approach the city walls, the gates are open. People are walking in and out on various things that some of which look odd, but yeah.
Am I receiving a lot of looks?
Yes. As soon as you get sort of within eyeshot of the city, you can already see the paths of everybody coming out of the city are sort of like bending away from where you are. Magnetic lines just avoiding you. Basically, all eyes are on you.
Is Ethelwyn still beside me?
Yeah, he's a little bit behind you, maybe a couple of feet, just sort of bouncing along. He's run out of questions for the moment, so he looks like he's thinking of more.
Noted.
There doesn't appear to be any like guards or anything at the gates. People are just walking in and out.
Does there seem to be any location of... How would I find this? Merriment. Lloyd cannot find the word right now, as he's not been to an establishment of merriment in a while.
Establishment of merriment. You don't see any buildings that have a sign outside saying pub in Sylvan or anything like that. But
that's the word.
Sylvan?
I don't know if I currently can. Let me check if I've still got that. Languages: Celestial, Common, Draconic, Elvish, Sylvan, Bids, Khan, Ancient Artorian, and Ancient Arbor. Ancient Artorian's twice.
Okay.
Yeah, Sylvan, yes.
Yeah. So I think you would probably have been... I don't know if you would have originally gone to Common to speak to Ethelwell when you first met him, because you didn't know where you were. Probably. But everybody around you speaks Sylvan.
Would Ethelwyn have known Common when I spoke to him then, or would it have been a case of he responded and I picked up that he was speaking in?
Do you know what? Actually, he probably wouldn't. Some Fae do, because they have dealings on the material plane, but he's
never left really it, apparently, yeah.
So, yeah, no.
To be fair, if I picked up that he was... If I picked up that he was picking Sylvan, I would have politely switched over for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, he spoke first because you did the alarm thing. He jumped up and spoke. So, yeah, it would be in Sylvan.
Okay, fair enough.
I was sort of assuming that you were speaking the same language the whole time. So, yeah, you can hear lots of chatter in Sylvan. No pub signs or anything. However, there is an area a couple 100 feet into the city, sort of a big open square where there is wine flowing. There's lots of satyrs and other fey creatures laughing and singing and things in there.
I turn back to Ethelwyn. Is that the sort of location where you would establish a connection with someone?
That kind of depends what sort of connection you're looking for.
Information gathering, someone who knows things.
You can try.
Right. Do I communicate with them like this, or do I need to join them in their merriment?
Can you drink?
I don't believe so, but I can move.
Give it a go.
I've not tried to dance since turning into this body. I'm going to go over and try joining the dance.
Ethelwell looks excited and he like bounds after you, like wanting to see what happens.
Alright.
Give me a performance check. I would say with disadvantage because of new body. So this goes. Are you using your arms at all?
I'm just swinging my body, jumping around. Like if they're like hopping around and the legs jumping up, If my shoulders
Okay.
swing with the arm, yeah, but not like
You're not
intentionally
trying
throwing
to
it.
do any moves with your arm,
Yeah.
though, that's fine.
I'm just throwing,
Um,
like dancing around, jumping around with them.
As you sort of run into, sort of pick up speed, sort of join the dance, the
I imagine
satyrs
my
play...
like if I'm dancing in rhythm with them, my joints will be like going to the music.
So as you get in the middle of this, and Ethelwell just like bounds after you and jumps into the dance as well. Everybody's sort of like spinning in circles, and there's like pockets of dances going on all over the place. There's a bunch of satyrs with various instruments playing for this crowd. Everybody is drinking something. What's going on here? As you're bouncing around with everybody else, just slowly people start to realize, they start to hear you, they start to see you. And there's a definite noticeable point where the music sort of like drops off.
People stop to slow dance. I'm just like, I just stop down with them and just look around, looking for what they're looking for. Have we reached the communication phase? I say out loud.
Ethelwell like slows down with everybody else and just leans over and he goes, "I think they noticed."
Oh, was I dancing out of time?
That was pretty good, actually.
Thank you.
He,
Oh,
as
sorry,
you
I'm
realise,
still fairly new to this.
he jumps, like hops over to where the band are, or the satyrs sort of roughly playing in a band sort of formation. He has a little bit of a word with them.
I kind of just keep spinning my head around, like my body's kind of like frozen midair, almost like in a dance pose, just holding it, waiting to continue. Just my head's just turning around in a spin, looking at all the eyes looking at me and darting away.
As you spin your head around, you come like face to face with a fairy that just goes "Ah!" and like flies off. As you sort of like 180-degree turn your head around to face her. After a couple of seconds, the music just starts to pick back up again as Ethelwell is going to like talks to the musicians. People are sort of giving you a wide berth. They've all sort of like started dancing in their own little pockets.
Right.
But Ethelwell jumps right back over to you and starts dancing.
Did something happen?
Metal people. They're not used to it.
Damn. I recently had a hat that would have been able to help with this, but I left it
Oh, you
with
should have brought it along.
a companion. I should, but I left it with a companion. Well, ex-companion now.
Oh.
Still, my magical hat looks nice, doesn't it? As I wiggle the little magic hat that I got on my head, 'cause I've still got the hat without wizardry on.
It's true. Well, you can
Little
do
star
magic.
of the day. Sometimes, if I'm lucky.
What
If
can
I'm
you
lucky.
do?
I could do. Let me check Let me look at the wizard cantrip list real quick. Let me get the wizard cantrip list back up again.
Cool.
Zero cantrip. Oh damn, that's not part of this. Okay, it's not part of this. Damn. Oh, you okay?
Drop my pen.
Okay. What can I do with this right now? Sorry, the website is a little slow. Cool. Yeah, why not? I'm going to attempt to use my Hat of Wizardry in order to cast Prestidigitation to make a crown of sparks fly out around my head. You can make small sparks with it, small sensory effect.
Okay. Go ahead and do the check for it. I can't remember what it is.
Oh no, I just realised they might appear like I'm doing malfunctioning. Need to make
Magic
a
is still
DC 10.
fucking in the Feywild?
No, this is the hat itself. This is an item, not a... Yeah.
Ah.
I gotta make a DC 10 Arcana check, guys. It might be difficult. 17. I can cast Prestidigitation, and I will use the spark effect. And just some, like, little blue, pink, yellow sparks will float above my head. Fucking-
A couple of people,
Just quickly.
like, it turns a couple of people's heads.
I
And
know, it can last up to an hour, so I'll keep it going. Yeah. Thank you, prestidigitation.
as you start these sparks coming out of your head, a couple of the satyrs that were sitting on the side of the stage area where the others playing, they look like they're a little bit too intoxicated to dance at the moment. So they're just sort of lounging around on the sides of the stage. They look over and go, "Oh!" And then they lean down, and you see them spark something on the sides of the stage, and these like eruptions of fireworks come out.
Oh my
they were
God.
clearly waiting for some sort of timing.
Did I do that? Oops.
A couple of
Did I stick
satyrs
all the taters by accident?
a couple of the musicians sort of like jump a little bit but carry on playing. And it actually causes everybody to sort of forget what was going on a second ago and just start going back into the dance.
Nice. Oh yeah, I can do some little bits, Ethelwyn. That is just an example of the power I contain.
Well, that was brilliant. To learn more of that.
I didn't know it had the power to animate people into lighting fireworks, though. That is further development of the powers of which I must study.
Right, yeah.
And then I'll stop the spell. There we go.
So yeah, there's now these like, sort of fireworks go off for a bit and then they stop and the music and drinking carries on.
So, who of these people would you say is the most intelligent in the ways of multiplanar travel? He looks like a fine fellow, as I point to one of the guys sat just like,
Yeah.
Does he know anything?
You can ask him, but I don't think he's conscious.
Probably not then. Although I asked you when you were not conscious, and you seem to have been a fine fellow to me.
Oh. It's true. Give it a try.
Do you know if he knows anything about planers before I do this?
Probably not. As he like twirls away into another dance.
I will take a moment to consider and go, maybe another target.
Yeah, as Ethelwell sort of like, you come back around and meet again at some point. He's like, yeah, I don't think anyone here is going to know anything about that sort of thing. You need to go up to the courts, really.
No worries. Can I just look around for a minute with my item vision on?
Yeah.
Yeah, just see if I spot
Shit's
anything.
magic here!
Shit
Shit is magic here!
Lots of magic
all the
items.
instruments, various rings and bracelets people
What
are
about the
wearing.
fireworks?
Fireworks are absolutely magic, yeah.
Yeah, fireworks of replenishment.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, they lit them with something. You didn't see them, like, strike any matches. And the fireworks don't
shit,
seem to
yeah.
have broken. They're still there. So,
Yeah, just nice. I like this. This is a good place to be. Honestly, if Lloyd wasn't like such a fucking social introvert, this would be a nice place. But having being Lloyd, I'm like, uh-oh. Maybe I've done enough dancing for today.
everyone else seems utterly confused by anyone wanting to stop dancing, but they don't try to stop you or anything.
I skip out. I go to pretend to be taking a drink. May I have one, please? May I have one beverage, please? Whoever is giving the drink.
Two of the fairies that are like one's flying around with cups like underneath the thing, and another one's sort of like jumping on top and like pulling the lever. So, yeah. As the one holding the cup sort of goes, "Whoa," and it goes up like trying to hold it up,
And I'll
like flies up to you.
Thank you.
You sort of turn away and fake drink.
Yeah, just pour it down my front. Mmm, tasty.
Everyone
Wow.
seems too sloshed and too busy dancing to notice.
Good. Lloyd is very good at his social prowess. Clearly, is unknown. He can keep himself sober
Absolutely.
while pretending to be drunk for everyone else.
I'm doing so well socially while everyone else is just smashed and like not with it.
Yeah, not even aware of me. I'm like, they don't think I'm weird. They don't care.
They've just forgotten you exist.
Okay. Alright. I will attempt to get Ethelwyn's attention.
Yeah, he's got entirely distracted. He's had a few drinks now and he's dancing with what appears to be a satyr woman. How are you getting his attention?
I think by attempting to cast the message cantrip from the wizard spell list.
Ooh. Do it.
Okay, so I got to beat 12 on my Arcana check. It might be pretty hard, guys.
Whoa. I think you just...
I knew.
Yeah, so you...
I cannot spot you within the crowd. I am smelling of rose and strawberries. If you can't spot me, ask me to raise my arm.
Can you reply with message cantrip?
Yeah.
He's like, oh, fine. Okay, put your arm up. You're not actually interacting with anything, so I won't get you to do a use arm check. You can lift the arm. He comes sort of like trudging out of the crowd. He's less enthusiastic at this point. He's like, "You alright?"
Alright. Oh god, I don't know what happened there. Sorry, my natural mimicry came in where I do that sometimes. I am well. It seems as though the people at this establishment, while friendly and merry, are unable to assist me in my endeavours. I appreciate the companionship you have given in assisting me on my journey here, but I believe that I must travel further in the city, as it were. I wish to thank you for your time.
I'm going to be around here for a while. I'm talking to I'm going to be busy. So, yeah, if you want to head up there and come find me if you want. In a while. Not right. Find me in a bit. And he, like, heads back into the crowd.
I find poetry sometimes work. Lloyd is definitely the type of guy to write poems for months before actually talking to someone that he likes.
Yeah, whereas everyone was here for like 2 minutes and found someone.
Yeah.
Maybe Lloyd should take a few pointers.
He is a satyr. They work differently.
And I am an elf. We work very differently. We're a lot slower.
Yeah.
Like, I'd write 1,000,000 poems of the same thing to myself just to get the perfect calligraphy, the perfect rhyming scheme, something that'll sit for years. It might take me months, it might take me years to make a masterpiece for someone.
Yeah, that is not the satyr way. They will do,
No.
like, they do love art and poetry and things.
Oh yeah, but they're more just like, they can see the art in anything. They don't have it. It doesn't have to be perfect to be art.
Absolutely. They are very chaotic satyrs.
They are Jackson Pollock. Jackson Pollock was a satyr painter.
Makes sense, yeah.
All right.
Okay, so where are you heading now?
I will be looking for the tallest, most outstanding piece of structure in this environment. As from my hometown, that seems to be the people with the most power.
Okay. So the whole city is sort of on a hill. It seems weirdly evenly raised on all sides. It doesn't look like a very natural hill. But there are buildings at the top, which would be like the highest, even though the buildings themselves aren't built super tall.
Does this environment, now I've like walked in a little bit around, if I have a little bit of a look around, does it feel almost like a mirror to Lothario? Because there's a central bit with a hill that goes up to a central building, lots of people dancing in the down streets. Is there like an almost mirror effect going on here?
I wouldn't say mirror, like maybe some influence on the material world from the Feywild. This place is much like Lothario has a central hill, but it also has flatlands around before you reach the outer walls. This place is like all hill. As soon as you get past the gates, it sort of starts going up and up.
Interesting.
And that's also pretty normal for just like a town structure to have like a central area.
On my wander up, do I see any people drunk and passed out in the streets?
Less and less as you go up. Most people are sort of heading down into the lower areas of the town if they're drunk. You do start to see more put together sober people walking around.
They are not the easiest targets, though. I will clarify my intent right now. I am seeing the diverse magical item opportunities here and looking to expand my portfolio of wares.
I see. Give me a luck check.
Lloyd is a criminal, don't forget. He's still a rogue.
I did. No, I'm aware. Having the intent clarifies helps me.
Not that great.
There is one person that you see passed out in the street who sort of like has wandered off from the party, it seems.
I would like to approach this fine individual.
Okay. They are approached.
Hello there, sir. Or mom, I don't know.
As they roll over, it appears to be a female satyr. Slightly older one.
I want to do just a quick look over with the detect magic eyes, the item eyes, just see if I can spot anything immediate.
She has a few bands on her horns for the magic. She's wearing 2 magic rings and some sort of magic belt.
The ring. That's what we're going to be playing here. On your way at home, let me give you a magical experience. As you can see, I am a master of the Magus, managing to transform my form into something that would be a laughing stock.
Huh.
If you would allow me, and I will summon the mage hand, and I'll make it visible so she can choose when you summon it.
Yeah.
Allow me to show you a little magic trick. I will need an item of your possession. Something small, quite infinitesimal. How about that there? I'll point to the ring of the hand.
She's like, alright. So, pulls one of the rings off and passes it over.
That's in the mage hand. First, you see it here. I can do. I'll do some basically sleight of hand tricks and see if I can slide it and make it disappear using the mage hand and my actual arm. Is that possible?
Give me a sleight of hand check and a use arm check.
Yep. This is actual sleight of hand here as well, not just I'm stealing something.
So, you
that was good.
It was
the mage
sleight of
hand.
hand was very good.
The mage hand one did really well. The mage hand bit of it did great.
So you sort of like back and forth with the mage hand and your real hand, and as you go to sort of slip the ring like in between a joint or something, or away in your real hand, it just goes like. You just see the ring go, and the satyr woman goes, "That's brilliant."
As the ring is coming down, I'm going to have my mage hand catch her before she falls and lower her down to the ground, and then try and attempt to catch the actual ring with my normal arm.
Use arm check, please. And then I'll probably need a dex check. That's much better. Alright, yeah, just give me a dex check. It's not too high. You can see it coming. Yeah. You just like...
So yeah, as the mage hand lowers her down, I just kind of...
catch the ring. She's back asleep. She didn't even realise what was going on.
Just start wandering off. And I will take my day.
Oh, I love it. That's so good.
Lloyd is, he's something, isn't he? You just robbed a drunk woman. Yes, I did. Lloyd, never claimed to be good.
Holy goodness. Okay.
Oh. I forget, with my detect magic eyes, what does it show me for those items? It's just it can show me the schools of items, it's just not magical effect.
Yeah. So all items show him a bit of enchantment.
Yep.
And this one would show you evocation.
Evocation. Interesting. Dangerous, potentially, but also potentially very helpful, depending on, because that's both healing and damage. Great. So I learned nothing when you get evocation. Evocation's like just picking up something. What do you want for dinner? And someone goes, food. That's what it is.
It's too broad of a school of magic. Healing should be something else. Necromancy, probably.
Yeah, but then you pick up a necromancy thing. Yeah, you're like, necromancy. Is this I'm going to summon a legion of undead that will stop at nothing but transform everyone into their own? Or is this I'm going to recover 1d8 hit points?
Necromancy, I will give or take life. Somehow.
Right. I will take my time, kind of looking over the ring as I keep walking towards the place, and now I'd like to see what's going on now with the if it's okay. Unless I need to be here and do more things first, yeah.
No, it's cool. We can throw back to you. So, Kem, you are still in this very, very dark forest. You just made your deal. And now you have the name of the person you made a deal with. As it is inscribed on your ring.
Yup.
What would you be doing now?
Still moving, waiting for my end of the deal, or for his end of the deal to be taken through, me and the rest of us being safe somewhere.
Okay.
I'm primarily just keeping moving, checking in with the other girls. Still the same process as last time. Making sure that Lorna is not dying.
That is fair.
Making sure Mesalea is okay, and that making sure we don't need a breaker to slow down, stop.
You probably will after a while need a break. So, as you sort of stop and rest for a second, you get another one of those feelings that you're being watched from behind. This time you definitely saw a bit of movement in those trees.
The ones behind us? I'm gonna kinda give Lorna a tap with my foot. Kinda like how, you can tap a person's foot.
She sort of... Where are we?
Away from the archway. Keep your head on the swivel. It sounds like there's something behind us. Saw something out of the corner of my eye.
Okay.
You alright?
Better. I wouldn't say I've reached all right yet.
Just tired?
Yeah.
Exhausted?
My leg feels like it's on fire.
Your leg feels like it's on fire.
It's just pain. It's just pain.
Ah.
It'd be the broken leg that she suffered earlier.
Right. My brain kind of switched wires and was thinking about Mesalea.
I did think that for a second. Because I was like, who do you think you're talking to? You are talking to the one with the broken leg right now.
Yeah. I'm just gonna kind of give her head another little rub. Just reiterate that I got her and that that she'll be fine. We'll be safe soon.
Thank you.
And then I'll reiterate the same thing to Mesalea this time. Just to watch her 6. Make sure that she's okay, etc.
Right. Yeah, I'm alright. There's definitely something moving over there.
Yeah. Definitely. I feel like that's been the thing that's been happening since we got in here. Is it just me, or have you had that weird sense of getting watched?
Just a little bit. And I keep hearing voices.
What?
I don't know. I don't know if it's in my own head or if it's... Have you not heard anything?
I have, but my stuff was clear. And
Was it
friendly.
whisperings? Oh, this didn't sound friendly. No, it kept whispering words to me. Lost, hungry, angry.
Don't trust them. Sounds like things I had to deal with on the dark paths.
I don't want to trust them, but
do not.
The voices have been getting louder.
I will not trust those voices under any circumstance.
Agreed. As you guys are talking about this, you spot a little bit more movement in the trees. Definitely this time. As something like shuffles out from behind one of them. It's this really gaunt figure with grey skin and these really sad-looking eyes. It's sort of reaching out with its arms, sort of looking for something.
I will kind of like be on guard and keep my distance. And I'll kind of like put a hand on Mesalea's shoulder, make sure that she's aware.
Yeah, as you do that, she can see it too. It's sort of shambling towards you. It doesn't seem to sort of be moving directly in your location, but it's definitely in your direction. You can sort of start to hear a voice in the back of your head now as well. Say, lost.
You know what, dude? Me too. I'll respond mentally.
As you do, the creature just like...
Sorry, but I just like the idea that you said it out loud. Just right in front of everyone. You're not doing me too.
I was like, what? How are hearing voices? Yeah, the creature just like locks its eyes on yours.
Immediate silence. Kind of lean over. I might have made a mistake.
Yeah, this creature's just sort of like shifting closer.
Ugh. I don't like the look of that token.
Closer. Oh yeah. There you go.
Yeah, I don't like that.
I see Ken making friends. I would say that they're armless, but clearly they're not.
Far from harmless.
At least Kem is making more friends. Anyway, good luck with that.
I'm gonna slowly back away.
Okay.
Carefully. And definitely keeping my head quiet.
As this thing moves towards you, it actually says out loud, "Lost." So you and Mesalea are sort of like backing up, obviously Claw attached to the back of you.
Yes. I wish there was a way that you could just back up instead of having to your character constantly flips with your
there should be a thing. Kem, can you give me a Constitution check? Yeah, just general Constitution check.
Everything's going to be fine. Your friends are not going to die. Da 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 die.
As this thing stumbles towards you, you hear a voice from behind you just say, "Hungry."
I kind of slowly turn my head to see if there's another one of these weird things behind me.
There is.
Ugh.
As it moves towards you.
Mesley?
She's like, I know. What do we do?
I don't know if there's more.
You're fighting?
Kind of.
She's like, ready to draw a weapon.
Be on guard, but let's try and avoid them. Keep moving. Away.
What? As these guys move in, which way are you going?
This way.
Okay.
Just keeping my head on a swivel watching those two.
Yeah.
And I'll just keep moving in that direction unless there's something else that's in that direction.
Not that you see right now. So let's move that way. The creatures sort of move to where you were, and then seem a bit confused and start to wander off again.
I'm going to keep my voice low, and I'm going to repeat this firmly to both of them. Do not respond to those voices in your head. Under any circumstance.
Got it.
Lorna, you got that?
Got it. Where are we going?
We don't know. Anywhere that's away from these things. Now it looks like it's just keep moving.
As you mumble that, as you sort of like have that feeling of, I don't know, just we need to go somewhere. You see the thing that kept saying lost turn its head and look towards you. It starts roughly moving in your direction again.
I am going to have a set direction. My set not quote unquote feel lost. My set direction is this way.
Okay.
Confident this way.
Give me a survival check.
One I haven't had to use in a while. Not that great.
Why do you keep making so many weird friends? I just saw the next token. Can you stop making new weird friends, please, Cam?
I'm not trying to make friends, man. I'm trying to survive, bro.
As you try and sort of get your bearings and head off in a straight direction, everything around you looks the same. You can't pick out a landmark, you can't pick out a different tree, you can't even find your tracks to figure out exactly where you've been so far. And you hear another lost. This time it's ahead of you.
Motherfuck. Kevin kind of swears. I didn't roll that again. I didn't click a damn thing.
They probably just sent it again. He's just sort of like fucking just swearing off into the
It's not loud swears. It's just like just silent ones. Just,
Just Kev sort of like working with the anger issues, yeah?
yeah. And then I'll kind of veer off a little bit.
As you do that, see another creature moving towards you.
Guys,
Yeah.
I have
here
a
around you.
feeling these creatures are based off of our feelings.
You can just hear around you, lost, hungry, angry.
Because I got frustrated and that thing showed up. Quickly, my anger dissipates and it's just, neutral.
Give me a charisma saving throw.
Do you have that much control of your own emotional well-being? Are you
Let's
a monk?
find out.
Yeah. When did you take? I told you you were a monk this entire time.
You just as
Oh my
the
God.
the one that's saying angry sort of seems to like lose where it was going. The others don't know. So they continue to close in around you.
I'm gonna carefully walk between them, hopefully out of their reach, and just keep moving.
Give me a stealth
Avoid.
check.
Yay!
Can I just say how funny it would be if the roles were reversed, if we were in the opposite place to each other? Ken would be
I
having the time of their life, and Lloyd would be completely fine.
Yeah.
You can't be hangry. Can't be angry. Can't be particularly
Hungry, so they can't. Yeah.
hungry. Yeah.
If I didn't take that ring with me as well, if I took the original ring with me as well, they wouldn't even be able to get into my brain.
Yeah. Damn. Okay.
Oh god.
I don't know why I double rolled, but sure.
That's fine. I'll take the left one. Oh, unless you've got a thing on you that like helps you with stealth, maybe. Spoke about
Maybe it's my. That's it.
I'm assuming you can just put the hood up on that to be more stealthy. Although
Yeah,
the
might as
papoose
well.
is probably not helping.
I mean, I could papoose it and hood it. I have a papoose hood.
Sounds good. So the voices do start to sort of fade into the background a little bit. They're not going away completely, despite how far you move away. They seem to have maybe lost track of you for the moment.
I'm just
After
gonna.
a little bit, you you see a patch of dead bushes nearby. It's one of the only sort of features other than trees and dirt that you've seen so far. There's a slight pull towards it. You're feeling.
Does this pole feel familiar? Does it feel like the pole I had in the deep roads? Does it feel like the presence of Dullahan?
It feels more like someone drawing your attention to something than trying to make you do something. If that makes sense.
Kind of like a friend in a crowd going, "Hey!"
Or more like the mental equivalent of someone going, "Psst."
Fair enough. I walk straight to it, keeping everything just.
Okay. As you walk towards it, you're sort of looking into these bushes. They're a bit bigger than you realised to start with. They're actually sort of a little taller than you. Looking sort of between the branches, you can see a much warmer light. This place is all grey. This light has a little bit of colour to it.
Azalea, look.
What is it?
sign of life that isn't things.
Yeah, nothing at this point.
Kind of carefully reach my hand into the bush.
It's pretty thorny and unpleasant. Can you give me a dexterity check, please? Sleight of hand if you've got proficiency in it.
I do.
Alright then. Okay. So you managed to sort of like snake your hand in there without hurting yourself. Just in case of like, you know when you put your hand on a thorn, there's a pressure but no actual pain? More like that.
Yeah, I've gotten stung by so many pricker bushes and raspberry bushes, it's not even funny.
So yeah, it's like, it's not going away, you just feel that there are sharp things there. As you reach your hand in, you feel a breeze on it. And you sort of realise that the air in this place has just been still. Completely, absolutely dead. You feel a breeze, you feel just a tinge of warmth.
I still have my fingerless leather gloves that Mifrid got me.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to carefully, like, I'm expecting to get pricked at this point, but I'm gonna kind of, like, get both of my hands in there to try and, like, carefully open up the bushes. Like, I'm not roughly opening it, but I'm carefully doing it. So, like, pressure is controlled by me. If that makes sense?
Okay.
In terms of the pricks.
So yeah, you sort of like push it apart. You manage to do it without doing any damage to yourself. And you can sort of see grass somewhere on the other side. It's really hard to pick out any more details than that, though.
This is as best a shot as we've got any. So I kind of, with what remainder of fabric I have, kind of like wrap up Lorna's head and whatever exposed skin she has. I'm gonna look at her and be like, there's gonna be a bit of maybe a prickly or scratchy sensation, but this is our only chance of getting out of here.
Okay, let's do it.
And I'm gonna open it up more, kind of like, I don't know how else to explain it, but there was a scene in Steven Universe where they had like these like hologram things between their cell and the hallway, and Steven was able to hold it open for someone to get out. Hold on.
I don't know.
Do you mean
So
just like pursing something apart?
Yeah.
That's it then, you're just pursing it apart.
Are you just trying to clear the way, or like temporarily clear the way for
Mesalea,
Lorna?
yes.
Yeah, there's Leia, sorry, Lorna's on your back. Camera frozen up.
Yay.
Whatever. Yeah, you can do that. I don't know why to do that. Try and fix that. So you pull apart this area. It shouldn't be too difficult for Lorna Mesalea to get through.
And then I'll kind of like do my best to like avoid Lorna as I go through. Like, I'm expecting to get hurt, but I'm doing my best to have it avoid her.
Give me a dexterity save. That's completely filled up, maybe. Give me a dexterity save to reduce the damage.
Okay. Oof.
Okay. So I'm getting distracted trying to fix this. There we go. I'm using my slightly shittier camera. Get a different angle on me. Okay. Oh, what was that? Yeah, you take 4 piercing damage.
Lovely. Oh,
Also, while you are making your way through, the last thing you see is, or you hear something sniffing around, and just catch a glimpse of this creature heading in your direction, but then you get out of the way.
ew.
Oh, doggies!
Ah!
That is a demented ass chicken, bitch.
No, you've already
It's
seen
a-
Abyssal Chickens. It's not a chicken.
It's a demented
That is
ass
a
chicken bitch.
Fun
I
fact:
like it.
bitch is a dog, so doggies is right. Yeah.
So,
Doggy. Yeah.
you pull yourself through onto the other side. You are away from that place. So it just switched on the stream from the VTTV to the VTTV. So, as you step out onto the other side, you find yourself on a wide open sort of grassy plain. Seems to be sort of a little bit after sunset.
Huh.
What would you like to do?
Get away from that bush and make sure everyone's okay.
As you look back, it is what appears to be a rose bush. It's flowering. It's seems pretty healthy. So yeah, everyone was away from the bush.
I'm going to mentally give thanks for the escape route, assuming it was Cellarhen who helped us.
Very welcome.
Now for the next part. Kind of look around to get my bearings. It's nothing but open field.
As far as you can see, although there seems to be just a tiny little bit of sunlight on the horizon.
I'm gonna walk, or I'm gonna look at Mesalea and be like, "You can tell the direction now that we have a sun, right?"
Yes. Oh, right, yeah, that's it. You guys have been here for like 5 minutes or so, and it still looks like sunset, like just after. So, right. She will be able to figure out. Wait, which way would she think is north if the sun's on one side? The sun goes east to west, right? We all right? It's been a long time since I've done any like orienteering.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, rises in the east, sets in the west in real life.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So the sun would be on the west, so north would be at a right angle to the sun.
Yes.
Presuming that is a sunset, although I think they do look a little different. So, okay. Pretty sure
north
north's
it
that
is?
way.
Rise in the
north?
east.
I mean, we'll have to
Nice.
come across some sort of settlement soon, right? Maybe?
I think so, yeah.
Sure.
Alright. North it is. As you guys start heading off. Let's switch
Where
over
are you
to
hanging
Lloyd.
on?
I was going to say, let's switch over to Lloyd really quick.
Oh, that's fine.
Hello.
Where you're still heading up to the top of the city, right?
Correct. I will. There's part of me that wants to have a depower moment, if that's. But I know that that's dangerous to say like this. Mostly because I haven't got access to any of my spells moment, just the cantrips from the hat. I've got no spell slots.
It might
can't
be
even
fine.
So I can't identify. Oh, actually. This might be useful at any time soon, so I'm going to use one of them, actually.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I'm going to use one of the level 1 spellstones. Spellstone 1, funny enough.
Okay.
Consume that in order to use to cast Identify upon the ring. Because I currently have no spell slots, but this can be used in place of a spell slot, correct?
It can,
Prize
yes.
Roll that out. To be used in the way the gem should be rated, at least. Okay. If the gem... Okay, but it doesn't... So that's fine. Yep.
Yep.
It's using it for a level 1 spell. In which case, I would like to cast Identify. Cool. Oh, come on.
What?
Damn, I should have asked what the design of the rings look like.
Probably.
I mean... You know what? Fair enough. It's not too bad, actually. I can still use it.
Yeah, it's just useful.
Do I need to attune to this, or is it just a wear one?
I need to check that
It's
because
not
they don't.
attunement.
No, they don't import properly into Foundry sometimes.
I don't believe this one is anyway, but you can check.
I have a feeling it's not. Right, okay. You check the RAM. Ring rare requires attunement. Yeah, it does.
Oh, it does?
Yes.
Where you look? Oh yeah, it requires achievement there. Never mind. Yep. All right, I will spend an action to slip it on my finger and attune.
All right.
All right, cool.
You can just right click it and attune it.
Whoop, there we go.
Without you.
So now I'm attuned to the Ring of Obscuring, which is the fog cloud one, the Hat of Wizardry, and the Ring of the Ram. And then I'm
You
also
cast
wearing
them
my
down
Boots
the
of
bottom,
Elven card, but they don't need attunement, so it's good.
Yes, check that one out.
All right, I'm off to see the people in the building on the top of the hill. am I the Tin Man from Wizard of Oz? If I only had
Sort
a heart.
of are.
Yeah,
If you can
I really
find
am.
a human, a lion, a
Ataraxi
scarecrow.
or Leonin. Yeah, Leonin.
Yeah, a Leonin human.
I need to cast Awaken. Cast Awaken on a scarecrow.
Brilliant.
Cast Animate Object on a scarecrow.
Animate object. Yeah, we animate objects on a scarecrow.
And then cast Awaken on it to make it more permanent.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I will, yeah.
Yeah, so you head up the hill. You head up to this sort of walled area, but it's not walled in the sense of closed off because there's lots of archways in it. It seems to be just to sort of designate an area. As you head in, you see lots and lots of people sort of going around doing their thing. And off on the other side of the building, there is a man sitting in quite an ornate throne, talking to a couple of people standing in front of him. He's very, very elven looking, with really sharp fey features, big pointy ears. And he's wearing this very sort of slim, white, greenish white robe, sort of like vine and leaf patterns in it.
Someone of importance, no doubt.
Seems so.
I will stand to attention and wait for peace to be brought. Then when people stop.
So yeah, after a little while, one of these guys notices you, and sort of there's a moment where he doesn't want to. Feels like he doesn't want to deal with this. Like this doesn't want this in his day. But it's like, oh, no one else is going over. It's over to you. Yes. Hello, are you sentient?
Greetings. I am.
Right. How can we help you?
I am looking for some of the smartest people around here. Do you know where I would find them?
You would find them here.
Excellent. Could you show me to them?
What would you like their help with?
I am lost. I was traveling to the plane of metal and I managed to stumble here. And I wish to have help and assistance with travels. As you can see from my form, I do not belong here.
Right. I will see if we can help you.
Thank you, kind stranger.
He walks off to talk with some other people. Another person walks over. This one has a little bit less of a tired with you demeanor. And says, I hear that you are travelling in from another plane and you've got yourself a bit stranded.
It would seem so.
We can help you return to where you belong. What plane is it you originate from?
Originate material.
Well, you said that. Are you not intending to return to your plane of origin?
I was intending to arrive at the material plane in order to... intending to arrive at the metal plane in order to repair what is lost as I look down to the empty arm slot and upgrade what I have.
Your construction seems very much of the material plane. Sure, the plane of metal can help you?
I am uncertain, although I am certain that the plane of material has been quite turbulent as of late, and I would not know where to receive help there as of this moment.
Yeah, of course, I can send you on. Is there anything you can give in return? Anything you,
Yes. And I'll hand him the high power wild spellstone, the 8 to 10 one. And I will explain its purpose.
He sticks in, yes. As you explain its purpose, his grip on it becomes much more careful.
I will delete that from my inventory. The 8 to 10 one, yep.
I imagine this will suffice.
Thank you.
I will make the necessary arrangements. If you could wait outside, we'll come get you.
Thank you. I will go outside and just move into depower mode until I'm reclaimed.
I love that you just sidestepped any fey deals that were going on, were about to happen. You're like, how about I give you this?
I was saving the powerful stones for when I needed a favor from something powerful.
That makes a lot of sense. It's better than having to trade some of your childhood memories away or whatever fey thing they were going to come up with.
I was just like, you know what? Here's a really powerful stone. All right, good point.
That's an unusual deal, but all right. So you are waiting at the moment.
Yeah.
Kem, you have been walking north now for about an hour, and you haven't gone anywhere. You still appear to be on these big open plains. The sun has also stayed in the same position of set this entire time. You are muted.
Can't hear you.
Nothing likes to stop going past it. It's really noisy, so I just leave myself in mute until it's necessary.
That's fair.
I'm gonna point that out. I'm gonna kind of the sun's been that way for an hour, feels like. Shouldn't it have moved by now?
They do usually sort of continue setting, don't they? Sunsets. They don't just sort of pause. Maybe we're walking exactly. No, that's we're not walking the sun. I don't know.
We have been in places that aren't home. Because we come from, and I'm gonna pull out my book and just flip through, and then I'm gonna pull out my notes that I was taking on the globe thingy, thinking it has to do with something with this. And I kind of like have like my own little side notes and things, because you know I'm pretty dumb as shit, and I need to probably like write notes in my own dumbed down version. Because we come from here, the material plane, and we've been everywhere except for here. Because on the material plane, we know that the sun rises and sets, as does the moon, and time moves on. We could be anywhere else now. I would assume none of the bad ones, because nothing really bad has happened. I think we might have just came back from one of the bad ones.
Which are the bad ones?
I think if Lloyd told me correctly, it's like I feel like he would have explained what one of these are if he had the information. These ones are lower, like I'll kind of like point to them, and then these ones are
like lower
like,
planes and upper planes.
Yeah.
I think there was conversations going on around that when Focus discovered you.
Yeah.
So, okay, so
maybe we're up
sideways. It doesn't seem like if the lower ones are bad, should the upper ones be really good?
This is better than that ashy place.
True.
That's for sure. I mean, I've never been to any other plane except for material, so I don't know how time works. We could be anywhere, if I'm being honest.
Should we try a different direction?
Why not?
This direction's not working.
How about we go opposite the sun, so we're not getting our asses blinded by the sunset the entire time.
Okay.
Especially if the sun doesn't move.
Right then. They sort of like change direction, start walking the opposite way. After a few minutes, maybe 10-20 minutes, looking around, the sun has entirely set now. You are bathed in what appears to be moonlight, although you don't actually see a moon.
That's weird.
Sunflower.
Hey,
Maybe it's just a really long sunset?
I want to try something weird.
Okay.
Let's go in the opposite direction. I want to see if my theory is right.
Okay. You guys sort of turn around and head back in the direction you were just walking. After about 20 minutes, the sun has unset itself, and then a little bit after that, the sun actually starts rising above the horizon again.
I was right.
Brilliant. What were you right about?
But if we went in one direction, because we went north, and it wasn't moving. So I assumed that south would do the same thing. We went east, and the sun set, and then it was moonlight.
Okay.
Nighttime's dark. Dark means bad things.
Right.
More dangerous, harder for us to see. So
okay, so we head away from nighttime.
So I theorized that if we go towards the sun will go up, and it'll look like daytime, and then we can see things. You know?
That makes no sense. Let's do it.
But if you You saw how when we walked that way, the sun went down, and then when we walked this way, the sun goes up.
I followed the words. It doesn't make sense. I don't...
Anything outside of the material plane doesn't make sense. I'm just trying to make sense of it.
I miss the material plane.
Me too.
10 minutes off the material plane, be like, I miss it.
I want to be where time makes sense. And my emotions don't attack me.
I'm sorry, but you can never escape your emotions attacking you.
Yes, but in a much less literal sense.
Oh, okay, of course.
I can feel attacked by emotions, but when they manifest a monster.
Oh, just be like Persona. Once you kill the monster, you'll be over the emotion. It's fine. Yeah, Persona.
Yeah, that's how that plane works that you were just in. Go back and try it. Anyway, so you guys are heading in the direction of the sunrise, anti-sunset.
Yes.
Uh,
Anti-sunset. If the sun goes up, we're going in the right direction.
So, as you head in the direction of the sun, it does start to rise as you walk for a few hours in that direction.
See?
After a little while, you hear this before you see it. You hear the stomping of hooves as some four-legged animal heading for you.
I kind
Looking
of
off to your
stop.
right-hand side, you spot them. There are about 6 or 7 horse-sized creatures. The lower half of a horse, the upper half of people. And they are running towards you. They do have weapons, so spears, shields, some moderate armor on them.
Kem immediately takes Mesalea and kind of gets her behind him.
Okay.
There's Kem, Lorna, Mesalea.
Yep.
And then, is just, fearful and tense, but, not looking to attack or anything. He's just looking to protect. So he kind of, has, his arms kind of, back.
Yeah, you're in a very
He's
quick sort of
just
protective
shielding.
stance. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
As these creatures rush towards you, they just narrowly miss either side, charge past you, and then loop back round in a quite threatening but not actively trying to kill you way. The lead one sort of turns back round, heading for you, spear lowered, but stops far enough away that it's not too dangerous, but just sort of pointed directly at you, Kem. Who are you coming from the low sun?
Are they speaking in a language I recognize?
You speak Sylvan?
No.
Then no.
Just a threatening or accusatory voice coming towards you.
Just a...
I'm
The
going
spear
to...
points at you.
I'm going to carefully try Elvish.
The person sort of cocks their head to the side.
I'll also try other languages that I know. Common,
Be wary.
so on.
I love you. Be wary.
Well, that's why I'm just trying to figure out where we can understand them, because I'm doing my best not to be threatening, but protect the group, and it's clear in my voice that I'm just startled, just essentially I'm just going
one language at...
hello.
So going one language at a time. You start off in common, obviously. Normalistic. Elvish gets sort of reaction, and then a little bit of thought, and you get a response in Elvish. Yeah, it can be dangerous to list off all the languages because you'd be like, I'm going to speak to them in Abyssal, and
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If you start talking to someone demonic, you're like, I keep moving up out of here.
I go with the more civilized approaches first before going into anything else.
I appreciate that.
It's
It's a good
Because, like,
idea.
even if you're saying something very nice, like, I really appreciate the flower garden you've been building for me. It's like, depending on the language, if you don't know it, it can sound like a
If
threat.
it's a tense
Yes, I
situation,
know,
you know.
but if you heard me, I went with the more civilized approach.
I know you did.
first.
We
I
did,
know
so
you
did.
did. And I appreciate that, but it's just funny, the idea, because I've heard you do it before when you're like, oh, I know all these languages, so I'll just use them all.
Yeah.
I
think
was
Zach
just going
worried
down the
about you
list
getting
until I
yourself
found a
stabbed.
response.
No, you went about it in exactly the right way because you tried Elvish second, and that was a very good
Yeah,
guess.
it was good. Good choice. Good choice.
So he speaks in Elvish. His Elvish is a little bit more stunted. He can speak it fluently though, and he sort of says, "Who are you that walks from the low sun?"
My name is Kem. These are my friends. And we are lost. We don't know where we are. And do not understand how time works. All we know is that nighttime is dangerous where we come from. Therefore, we head for the light to hope and find friendly faces.
Your instincts serve you well. Darkness is dangerous. You are not of this realm, but you carry an elf?
Half
looking
elf.
at Lorna. Half. Do not understand.
Human, half elf.
Well,
We come
human,
from the
is that your
material plane?
species?
Yes.
Not met a human before. Do not appear as creatures of the night, but I must be cautious on the border. Will you allow us
promise-
Will you allow us to escort you to the city of Noon? There are those there that could judge you better.
Yes.
Right.
And I kind of look back at Lorna. Is she and Mesalea? Do they understand?
Lorna? Yeah, no, they can both speak Elvish, yeah. I know Lorna could, I couldn't remember this way.
I only have one request. Please be careful with me and my friend on my back. She is injured. Her leg is broken, and I'm the only one who can carry her.
Understood. Gwendal, you escort them back to the city. They appear to be of little threat. As another centaur comes up behind the sort of the more threatening one. He's a little smaller, looks a bit younger. Sort of gives him a nod. They put their spears into a more sort of relaxed stance, not pointing them at you anymore. And he sort of gestures with it to go this way. He's basically pointing directly at the sun.
Yeah, I'll give a quiet nod and a thank you, and start following along.
I just say I love the idea of him pointing to the sun, and because no one thinks twice, they follow his finger, just fucking
Yeah, these creatures have a natural sort of like, they just sort of know where the sun is at any point. They don't look at it.
So when he points to it, he's just, huh?
Oh, Satyrs will have some fun with that with some people. So this centaur, by the way, centaurs are big creatures. So as he's walking
I
along
know.
beside you, he is quite a bit bigger than you. He sort of looks down at you over and over again. He looks like he's trying not to be caught looking at you. He's also escorting.
How tall would Lloyd be next to a centaur?
How tall is Lloyd?
I don't know since you put him in the robot body, because originally he was 5'8" as an elf, but you never really told me how tall the robot form is. I assumed it was really fucking big. 'Cause if it was as big as the table in the room, then it was at least nearly 15 feet. It was about 12, 13 feet.
It wasn't quite as big as the table because they also worked on bigger robots on the table. But you
Right.
are not small.
I assumed I was somewhere between like the ranges of 7 to 12 feet, somewhere around there, between there. I just didn't know what exactly.
You're there you go. I just put it in the right thing.
You've changed the height thing. Okay, not huge,
You're
huge,
tall.
but you know,
Yeah.
tall. Yeah, I'm tall, but there are still technically taller humans, although
Yeah.
rare.
The robot you're inhabiting, that type of robot, was built for agility rather than like raw power.
That makes sense for the stat layout.
So this centaur sort of like gives you a couple more looks. Is everybody human where you come from?
No. There's humans like me, and my friend here. There are half elves like the one who's on my back. There's regular elves. High, wood, and drow. I know of a few tieflings, dwarves, halflings. Asimar. Where I come from, it's very diverse.
Interesting. Are there any centaurs where you come from?
Okay. I'm asking this as the DM. Would there have ever been a centaur mentioned in my history?
You've never met a centaur before. They would be
I've never met a centaur, but like
unbelievably rare.
I know I wouldn't have met one personally, but I'm like saying like in history. Like would they have been mentioned? Like Theradwin specifically?
Anybody? So all the heroes of the Norrockfirth incident, they were not remembered by name by history. Their names and sort of general descriptions were lost. It just that there was a band of heroes that intervened.
I'm just trying to think of any of them that might have had their name remembered in any way. The only one I can think of is maybe Jimmy with what he established.
On local levels, like in certain areas, absolutely, yeah, there'll be like records of them, memories, people, stories passed down. But like on a sort of national history level, not really.
Because I mean, as much
mostly
as
sort
as much as we see it as a heroic event because we stopped it, to the outside, a whole city got destroyed and nuked.
Yeah,
and people
basically.
died.
A city got nuked, and some people knew that it could have been a lot worse. But to anybody who doesn't know
still
that,
bad.
like,
It's still
So,
bad. Yeah.
But it's on record that they were people fighting, but not their races, not their names, anything like that.
Interesting. Then I would probably respond with not that I'm aware of.
I didn't think so. I was just curious. As far as I'm aware, all of us are still on this plane.
It's all good. It's all good. If I'm happy to answer questions.
Do you know a town called Norrockfirth? Norrockfirth, not.
Yeah.
Oh.
If history serves me right, it used to be the trading capital of my country.
Did anything ever big and famous ever happen there?
Yeah. There was an invasion of evil creatures. I can't remember their names. I've seen them before. And a giant explosion. It kind of screwed up magic in the material plane, or at least in our area.
Oh. That makes sense.
Why, do you know somebody? From Norrockfirth?
Not personally. My great-great-grandmother visited the material plane once. She spoke of it, apparently. I just heard of it.
Oh. Interesting. I would have loved to meet her, but unfortunately I'm only 17 years old. I don't think I would have been around.
17 years. You seem
Damn,
so...
you already got
Bro.
stress lines.
You look so stressed.
I like the idea of that, like, oh shit, bitch, you already got, like, crow's feet from the amount of fucking strife you've been under lately.
Oh,
Yeah.
God.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. Not to mention, like, the scarring and the state you're probably currently in.
Yeah.
At least you're blinged out to the nines. You got, like, fucking jewelry, a cool cape, a nice hat.
It's true. It's true.
You dope
Yeah.
as shit. Okay, go on.
So he's like, yeah, I don't know if I believed it. I just thought I'd get to actually meet a human now, so it's interesting. I've got
Yeah.
cousins that sort of have your form, so I did sort of believe it, but yeah.
Oh. Are there more humanoids here?
I mean, there's the elves. We don't really have much contact with them. They do their own thing. But sort of humanoid, like your shape. Yeah, I've got a couple of cousins. Sarah Skia. She looks a lot like you.
Oh. That's pleasant. If I ever have the opportunity, I would be happy to make friends and meet new people.
I'll introduce you if if you're not spies from the other side, I'll introduce you at some point. As he sort of looks back towards the city. Where you guys are going? Yeah, apparently there was
Spies
a human somewhere in my
from
family
Night?
tree. Well, yeah, it's you can't just tell by looking who's from the dark side and who's from the light. So anyone crossing over is sort of suspect.
Hey, trickery magic is kind of
understand.
very common, so yeah, makes sense.
Sort of their thing.
It'd be more surprising if you weren't a spy.
What, you just like telling the truth? You just like, honestly, I don't understand.
So is day and night like the equivalent of countries here? Cities?
There are cities. Noon and midnight are the capitals.
Is there a constant flow of time here?
What do you mean?
On the material plane, we have a sun and a moon as well. Well, a sun and two moons. They are constantly moving. So, like, with your locations, noon would be the middle of the day, sunset would be the end of our day, night would be a different time. And it's always shifts between day and night. We don't have to move locations for that. I could stay in Narockfirth, for example, and I will experience both day and night.
Sounds horrible. Imagine having to move your city all the time.
Yeah, he seems utterly confused like this. But the sun comes from noon. Moonlight comes from midnight. You can walk the seasons on either side.
Seasons also change without our movement either. I could stay in Narockfirth and experience all 4 seasons over the year.
Now you should make this stuff up.
Your
Sorry.
city moves itself between seasons.
Nope. Our locations stay the same. The sun and the moon move.
Odd ideas. I mean, I guess I've heard stuff before. There's a goblin I know. He's into this sort of thing. I might have to check with him.
Is he a very knowledgeable one?
Yeah, his whole tribe sort of wanders around all over the place. See him every now and again.
Does he have a cow?
Not that I know of. Have you met him before? His name's Ekibog.
Oh no, I've met a goblin named Nibog.
Oh, they're likely from the same tribe.
Huh.
Yeah. I'll introduce him to, if you aren't a spy and don't get executed for it, then yeah, we'll introduce you.
Yeah, of course. That sounds great.
Okay, so I'm going to end the session today with you on your way towards noon and Lloyd sorting out his stuff.
I'm just depowering, bro. I want to recharge and have an 8-hour recharge session.
Sounds like a good plan.
Look, I'm giving them plenty of time to sort out how they're going to get me there. Like, if they don't, I will just be a depowered ornament in front of this until I eventually get taken back.
It's a good point. You have no obligation to engage with time. You're like, I
don't. I can wait.
Spend all my time in my mind palace.
If they don't do it, I could essentially become a gargoyle for them. Just plugged outside the front gate.
Instead of one of them walking outside and going, we were supposed to plane shift that thing. I'll do it next week.
Yeah, and then it never happens.
Yeah, it's one of those tasks you keep putting on
It's
and
like
off.
clearing out the gutter.
Got to plane shift that construct at some point.
Years down the line, like the rust has like froze me like in place from the rains or whatever comes down, so I can't even undo myself. So I'm just constantly inside there, like, just seething.
Oh god, it's like a big bad. Right.
Great.
Eventually, I'll have that thing that you showed me, Sunday, where people pat me occasionally, and I'll have like a rust spot where it's like people, it's oxidized.
Oh, that's great.
Right, so yeah, good place to end the stream. Keep looking up at that camera because that's where it usually is. I can do this one now, the shittier one. Yeah, so follow us for Wednesday and Sunday games. We have another group that is also causing havoc in my world.
Are they on our plane?
They are still on the material plane, so they're causing havoc on the material plane. You guys are causing havoc between planes, so it's
on the
perfectly
Feywild
manageable.
/ So,
yeah.
here's a question I have for you based on what we've experienced here, and the viewers might want to know: are the Shadowfell and Feywild kind of the same plane in your world? This is how you've done this.
They're two sides of the same coin. They're not the same plane. Like if you were,
but you can
to
walk
plane
between
shift,
them.
Yeah,
you can walk between.
You can technically walk between any planes.
If you find the pools appropriately.
No, there's like weak points in between planes where you can like do weird things to get between them. Some are more permeable than others. Like so, yeah, it is easier to get from the Feywild to the Shadowfell and back. But
okay,
yeah, or like the Feywild often bleeds into the material and vice versa.
Yeah,
That's
them
quite
two I
common.
know, but like, yeah, fair enough.
I mean, if you want to sort the top level, down level lore, the Feywild is where life comes from, and the Shadowfell is where life drains to. So
You're telling me the
energy
Stalks didn't bring me, the Feywild did?
But like life force energy is sort of like passes from the Feywild into the material and then out into the Shadowfell where it sort of goes to die.
It's like a lung.
There's no flow the other way, but yeah, if that helps, yeah.
Cool.
Oh god.
Well, thank you for today's session.
Yeah,
Stop my
thank
plane
you.
across
This was definitely something.
It's definitely been interesting.
We are multiversal planar travelers. And we haven't even unlocked any magical ability to do it ourselves. Which makes it all the more funny for you, because you just have us interacting with NPCs like, can you help us? Do you like Lloyd's approach of, I'm lost? I'm really lost.
Yeah.
It's
Some are
honest
more
as
helpful
well.
than others. I mean, there were lots of people trying to help Kem in the Shadowfell, and you just sort of ran
That
away
was the
from them.
Shadowfell?
Essentially, yeah, that's why I was asking the questions I was asking.
Yeah.
It was devoid of emotion, that's the whole thing. And when they were hungry, I think they were hungry for your emotion, is what I was reading that as. Because you were feeling things, they wanted that, they want to eat that. Because
You were feeling. It's because they were feeling hungry that hungry appeared.
Oh, okay, that makes sense then. Never mind. I thought it was the whole area devoid
And
of
what were
emotion,
those
so if
weird
it's
little
emotion, nom nom
chicken
nom.
beast things?
Well, they are basically.
Surprise?
The chicken beast things aren't directly tied to an emotion, but the others were. So the lost, the hungry, the what was the other one? The angry. Those all do feed on emotion. You're right, Zach. There's also the lonely. I didn't even make these up. These are actual D&D things.
Oh yeah, I know. It's fucking cool as shit.
I love them. Angry, hungry, lonely.
I do find it hilarious, the idea that if the roles were reversed, things would just be perfectly fine.
Who was feeling lonely?
You didn't see her lonely. Because you had each other. If you get separated in the Shadowfell, it gets worse.
And especially if you feel those sort of emotions. I feel like Lloyd would be really resistant to it. You can't get hungry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's an
also
introvert.
fighting
He's
in the
fine with
Shadowfell is
being alone.
Yeah. Well, fighting in the Shadowfell is hard because you're going to attract a lot of
Determined.
angry.
Or a lot of determined or anything else, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. Interesting. But you managed to get
Well,
out
every
there,
time
which, I mean,
you-
that was fine.
Every time you go to bed, you just attract a tired.
Some of them are more tough than others, by the way. The angries are quite bad.
The hungry are pretty weak, aren't they, I believe? Because obviously it's hungry.
No, hungry.
Because it wasn't even like necessarily angry. It was just like a irritated. God damn it!
I know, but I think frustration and anger are kind of read the same by them, aren't they?
Yeah.
It'd be hard
sort
to
of-
make one for every single emotion.
They're not picky eaters.
Ah, good. See, I wonder if they'd have ate the person or just been around them and sapped their emotion. Like, basically casting calm emotions on them so they can't feel it anymore.
They can do physical damage,
Yeah, but I
but
wonder
that
if that's
might
what
not
they...
be their end goal.
Yeah. They might want to keep you alive so that they can make you keep feeling those emotions.
Just feed off your emotions until you die.
The old life suck.
Yes. Anything else? Need to remind people of. Oh, follow us on Twitch, or if you're watching on YouTube, subscribe to YouTube, and also do the other one. Follow us on both. Just get live stream whenever.
Just get our attention any way you can. Every week.
Yeah.
Every day.
Bother us with links all the time. Join our Twitch. Send us annoying messages. Go on.
Ask us questions on Twitter. Ping us. I get the notifications all the time. Don't worry, I deal with them.
Cool. Yes. Next one will be Sunday, so I will see. Not this Sunday, the day Sunday. So I'll see people then.
And I'll see
Bye-bye.
you. Bye.